So good morning to everyone. My name is Joan Denton, and I'm the director of OEHHA. And we have members of the panel here. Maybe we could start with you, Tom. You could just introduce yourself, so people from the webcast would know who's sitting on the panel.
Okay. Morning. I'm Tom McCone from the University of California, Berkeley, and also I work at Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory.
Mike Wilson at the University of California, Berkeley Center for Occupational and Environmental Health in the School of Public Health.
Mel Kavanaugh Lynch, Director of the California Breast Cancer Research Program at the University of California, Office of the President.
Ulrika Luderer, University of California, Irvine Center for Occupational and Environmental Health.
Dwight Culver, University of California, Irvine, Occupational and Environmental Medicine.
Asa Bradman at the University of California, Berkeley at the Center for Children's Environmental Health Research.
Julia Quint, retired California Department of Public Health.
Well, thank you, members of the panel, members of the audience, those of you on the webcast. This is the meeting of the Science Guidance Panel for the California Environmental Contaminant Biomonitoring Program. Just a few announcements on logistics, and then what's the plan for the meeting today, and then I'll be turning it over to the other speakers. So just an announcement on logistics. This is the first time that you're in this room, the emergency exit is right down the stairway that you I'm sure noticed or came up as you entered the room, which is right outside. So if there's an emergency alarm, then we'll just go down those stairs and out the building. The restrooms, there's a set of restrooms on the right, on my right, over there by the elevators, as well as over on the left. If you go clear to the end, past the hearing rooms, there's also another set of restrooms over there. So I mentioned it, but I want to remind everyone that the meeting is being webcast and also transcribed. And there will be a record and there will be the transcript of the meeting posted on the internet in a few weeks. Also, for those of you in the room who will be speaking, we'd like to ask you to speak directly into the microphone so that both the transcriber or our reporter as well as those on the webcast can hear what's being said. So just to give you an overview of where we are in this process, the panel met on July 28th and 29th in Oakland. And the focus of that meeting last summer was on chemical selection, laboratory capacity, and communicating biomonitoring results. So today, what's going to happen today? Well, to give you a preview of the meeting, there are actually 4 things that we're looking and we'll be discussing with the panel today. First of all, we'll be updating the panel as well as the public on program activities of the biomonitoring program. Secondly, we're going to be discussing priority chemicals that have been selected and also soliciting recommendations from the panel on them. The third is that we want to update you on the collaborative projects with other organizations that we've been engaged with. And then finally, we want to obtain the panel's recommendations on future directions of the program. And throughout these discussions, as laid out in the agenda, there will be opportunities for both panel discussion and questions as well as public input. Now that takes care of my official remarks, and while I was making them, Dr. Solomon entered the room. So Dr. Solomon, we went through and introduced ourselves, so would you like to just introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm Gina Solomon with the Natural Resources Defense Council and the University of California at San Francisco.
Okay, so that rounds out, so all of the members of the panel are now present. Now before I turn it over to the chair, well, I should say Dr. Moreno is ill today, so we don't have Dr. Moreno here, but Dr. Ulrike is has graciously accepted the charge of sitting in for him today in that capacity. So before I turn it over to her, I know that Sarah has a brief announcement that she would like to make, and then we'll turn it over to Dr. Luderer.
Hi, everyone. My name's Sarah Hoover, and I'm the chief of the Safer Alternatives Assessment and Biomonitoring section of OEHHA. And I have some bad news and some good news. And the bad news is that Dr. Rachel Roisman is going to be leaving the program. Today's her last day with the biomonitoring program at OEHHA. The good news is that she's actually joining the Department of Public Health, so we'll still be seeing her around. She's going to be a public health medical officer in the Occupational Health Surveillance and Evaluation Program. And that's kind of her real career choice is occupational health, so she's very excited about this opportunity. She's going to be working on general occupational health surveillance and pesticide-related illnesses, as well as some emergency preparedness. So I just want to really thank Rachel for all the excellent work she's given us over the past year and a half, and we look forward to working with her in her new role. So I just want to let you know that any questions you would normally direct to Rachel, if you could just direct them to me, and I'll be leading the program from now. So thanks, Rachel.
Member.
Thank you, Dr. Denton and Sarah. I think, no, it was on. You can hear me? I'd like to welcome everyone, all the panel members, everyone in the room, and all the people attending via the webcast as well. And I'm just going to briefly give some additional information about the panel goals and how we'll be handling public comments today. So as Dr. Denton already outlined, the goals for the meeting for the panel today are to provide recommendations to the California Environmental Contaminant Biomonitoring Program on priority chemicals, to provide feedback on collaborative projects with other organizations, and to provide recommendations on future directions for the CECBP. So each of the presentations on these topics will be followed by a time for panel questions, as well as a public comment period, and then time for further panel discussion and recommendations. And we ask that if you're a member of the public who would like to make a comment, that you should fill out a public comment card, which can be obtained at the staff table outside the room. And you can turn the cards into Rebecca Chung, who's just raising her hand there on my right. If you are listening via webcast and you would like to submit comments, you can send an email to the biomonitoring email address, which is biomonitoring@oehha.ca.gov during the meeting, and biomonitoring is one word. And the CECBP staff will provide the comments to me, and then I will be able to read them aloud at the appropriate time. To ensure that the meeting proceeds on schedule and that all commenters have the opportunity to speak, we are going to time the public comments for each of the comment periods, and the time that we'll allot for each individual to speak will be we'll divide that comment period equally among the individuals. We also ask that the individuals who want to comment would please keep their comments focused on the agenda topic that is being discussed at that time. Finally, I want to remind everyone, including myself, to speak directly into the microphone and to introduce yourself, please, before speaking. And this is for the benefit of the people listening on the webcast as well, and also for the transcriber. So the meeting materials that were provided to the panel members today are also available as handouts, and they're also on the website for the public to access. And finally, we will take 2 breaks today, one in the morning. We'll take one for lunch around 12:30 and one in the afternoon. That's actually 3 breaks. And finally, I'd like to introduce Dr. Rupali Das, the Chief of the Exposure Assessment Section at the California Department of Public Health and lead of the California Environmental Contaminant Biomonitoring Program, who will talk about program advances. Dr. Das.
Good morning, panel members and members of the audience, and those who are attending via webcast. Thank you for your introduction. I'll be providing you an update on the activities of the California Environmental Contaminant Biomonitoring Program, or CECBP. Do I advance it here? I don't have controls here. Oh, there we go. Okay. So the topics that I'll be talking about today is to introduce to you some new staff on our program, to give you an update on the funding status for the program, to talk about the CDC cooperative agreement, and to talk about other program activities as well. So I have the pleasure of introducing 3 new staff who actually all started yesterday, just in time for this meeting. The first person is Ngozi Irandu. She is a CDC Public Health Prevention Specialist. Ngozi, if you would stand. Thank you. Ngozi recently arrived from Atlanta to begin a 2-year assignment with the Department of Public Health as a Public Health Prevention Specialist. She's an epidemiologist and will be working primarily with a number of the field investigations that we have planned for the biomonitoring program. Robin Christensen has been hired as the project coordinator for the CDC Cooperative Agreement, which I will be speaking about. She will provide administrative and programmatic support for the labs and field activities. Robin has an MPH from Harvard, and her interest lies in programmatic approaches to improving community health at the local level. Most recently, she managed a project that worked to increase the capacity of California's domestic violence shelter programs to respond to and serve families with disability. Thank you, Robin. Rebecca Chung has been hired as the Field Investigations Coordinator also for the CDC Cooperative Agreement. She will help to facilitate and manage some of the biomonitoring field investigations and results communication activities. Rebecca has an MPH in health promotion and health behavior from Portland State University. Her recent work experience includes developing built environment indicators for Oregon's Environmental Public Health Tracking Program and working with the Oregon Environmental Council's Eco Child Care Program to develop educational materials for the general public. So please join me in welcoming our 3 new staff. I'd now like to provide you an update of the funding status for our program. The budget for the 2009-2010 fiscal year remains at baseline level. This is $1.9 million that comes from the Toxic Substances Control account that's administered by DTSC, or the Department of Toxic Substances Control. And that funding goes to the 3 departments under the program, Department of Public Health, OEHHA, and DTSC. The funding is stable for at least the next fiscal year. Our state positions are all filled. That's 13 state positions that are funded through these TSCA funds. We're also fortunate to have in-kind contributions, the equivalent of 4 state FTE who are not specifically funded through these funds but provide in-kind support, and several fellows, including a fellow from the Association of Public Health Labs, a fellow from the Council of State and Territorial Epidemiologists, or CSTE, and Ngozi, who's a CDC Public Health Prevention Specialist. As you know, we have mandatory furloughs at the state, and there have been some workload adjustments, not affecting the people who've been hired through the CDC Cooperative Agreement. As most of you may have heard, CDC awarded our program a 5-year cooperative agreement. This was a very competitive process with many of the states applying. There were 3 states funded, California, New York, and Washington. Of the $5 million available for this grant, California is receiving $2.6 million for the first year. And funding for the subsequent years, it will be subject to progress and availability of funds. The project and the funding period started on September 1st. The proposal was submitted through our fiscal intermediary, Sequoia Foundation. The funding will go directly to Sequoia and be expended for the purposes of the cooperative agreement. All staff who are hired, including the 2 I introduced to you, Robin and Rebecca, will be Sequoia employees supervised by state staff. Sequoia employees are not subject to state furloughs. And purchasing of equipment and supplies is likely to be more streamlined because we're going through the fiscal intermediary. CDC staff have indicated to us verbally that these funds were to supplement ongoing efforts and not meant to supplant any existing state resources. In our proposal, we specified 5 objectives, and I'd now like to talk to you about these 5 objectives. First, to expand lab capabilities and capacity. Second, to demonstrate the success of a quality management system in the laboratory. Thirdly, to apply biomonitoring methods to assess and track exposure trends in selected populations. Fourth, to assess exposures in a representative group of Californians. We'll talk more about this later. And finally, to engage and collaborate with stakeholders and communities. And I'll talk in a little bit more detail about each of these objectives. First, the first two first. 90% of the funding that we received from the CDC will go to support lab activities. That is, staff and equipment. That translates to about $1.25 million going to the labs. The remaining balance, about 10% of the funding, will help with biosample collection for targeted exposure investigations and public outreach and participation related to these investigations. We plan to hire 7 staff into the labs, and the labs are actively recruiting currently. This will include a staff programmer analyst to expand the Laboratory Information Management System, or LIMS, a quality assurance officer to enhance the lab QA/QC measures, and a sample management officer to handle sample handling and tracking. These 3 positions will eventually be shared between the 2 labs, the Department of Public Health and DTSC. In addition, the CDPH labs will hire 4 staff the first year to develop methods and increase throughput for inorganic and non-persistent organic chemicals. We expect that the DTSC lab will be CLIA certified. That's the the clinical licensing assessment certification that's required of labs, and that was required as under the CDC cooperative agreement. We expect that the DTSC lab will be CLIA certified by year 2 of the cooperative agreement. This will enable them to use the resources that we obtained through the CDC grant and to hire contract staff and purchase equipment. The laboratory staff will be trained by CDC, and this is a requirement of the cooperative agreement as well. The CDPH labs will specifically focus its methods on chemicals or classes of chemicals shown on this slide. This list is consistent with the priority list of chemicals recommended by the panel. Metals in blood and urine, perchlorate, organophosphate pesticides, pyrethroid pesticides, bisphenol A, phthalates, and polyaromatic hydrocarbons. The CDPH lab plans to do over 8,000 assays by the end of year 5 of the cooperative agreement. The DTSC lab is, as I mentioned, seeking CLIA certification, which is a requirement of the cooperative agreement, and plans to do analyses of polybrominated diphenyl ethers, or PBDEs, other brominated and chlorinated flame retardants, perfluorinated chemicals, cyclosiloxanes, and other chemicals that will remain to be determined. As you can see on the slide, some of the methods that this lab will use are being developed or are yet to be developed. And DTSC labs plan to conduct over 5,000 assays for these persistent chemicals in serum by the end of year 5 of the cooperative agreement. Are there any questions that pertain to anything I've spoken about, the lab components of the CDT or the CDC biomonitoring cooperative agreement?
Dr. McCone?
I think just a comment, and I think we all feel this way. It's really good news to get the money from the CDC. When I saw that announced, I went, yes, it's like,
thank you.
Now you've got some labs. So I think the whole panel here really feels that was quite an achievement.
That was a joint effort of the whole biomonitoring program, so the kudos should be shared by all the staff. Thank you.
Exactly.
Dr. Solomon?
Just to clarify, so the 8,000 chemicals by the end of the 5 years is basically, it's not 8,000 per year, so it would be, say, roughly 2,000 a year after year 1 kind of rate of throughput is what the labs are aiming at?
We have lab staff. Dr. Sheb, would you like to answer that question?
I think you are right.
The lab capacity, I hope we can handle almost 2,000 samples per year.
Dr. Roisman is actually going to be describing the lab analyses in some detail during her presentation, so I think your question will be answered in more detail in the next presentation.
Dr. Culver?
As you ramp up your laboratory capacity, what are your plans for biospecimen storage?
Yes, the biospecimens will be stored. Dr. Scher, would you like to answer that one also?
Currently, CDPH lab already have a freezer farm. We have 5 deep freezers, which can store all of the samples for a few years, at least the capacity we already have. So we will use this grant to try to expand it a little bit, maybe buy 2 deep freezer to end on this current capacity. So the sample will be stored in the CDPH lab, and then will be transferred to the DTSC lab in the future.
Dr. Quint?
Julia Quint. Were the specific chemicals specified during the whole grant period? Or I guess what I'm asking, is there any flexibility with regard to which chemicals we pursue?
Yes, absolutely. The chemicals were not specified in the CDC cooperative agreement, and so we have flexibility, and we hope that the panel will provide us some guidance on which chemicals to pursue. And I think we'll be discussing that today. Okay. So now on to Objective 3. Objective 3 addresses the lab support for specific field investigations that will allow the program to assess and track trends for selected chemicals among targeted populations, and we'll primarily focus on 3 specific collaborations. This describes the first collaboration with the Environmental Health Tracking Program. The CDC RFA specifically indicated that collaboration with the tracking program should be part of the proposal, and currently we're collaborating with the tracking program on 2 existing projects. The first is in Tulare County, and the second is in Imperial County, and I described this during the last Scientific Guidance Panel meeting. For the Tulare County project, we will be analyzing metabolites of chlorpyrifos and others that are non-specific metabolites that are yet to be determined. For the Imperial County project, we will be storing split urine samples that will be analyzed both by our labs as well as CDC labs for perchlorate and metals in urine. And we hope to develop the capacity to analyze split samples with an expedited timeline. In addition, we hope that we will develop additional collaborations with the tracking program over the years of the cooperative agreement. Our second collaboration is with CIGNET, the cohort of young girls, nutrition, environment, and transitions. At the last meeting, one of our presenters for the results communication panel, Holly Brown-Williams, described the CIGNET study being carried out by Dr. Larry Kushi at Kaiser and others. And just to refresh your memory, this study primarily looks at the role of environmental, genetic, and other factors following a cohort of over 400 girls between the ages of 6 to 8 years who received care at Kaiser clinics in Oakland, San Francisco, and San Rafael. CIGNET researchers collected and stored baseline blood and urine samples in 2005. CDC labs have already analyzed serum for some analytes, but the urine has not yet been analyzed. The CIGNET researchers indicated their willingness to provide the stored samples to the biomonitoring program, and so the CDPH lab will be able to analyze these stored samples for metals and organophosphate pesticides to provide descriptive information about exposures experienced by pre-adolescent girls in the study population. Urine samples collected yearly from 2005 to the present can also be analyzed for some analyzed to look at the trends over those years. The biomonitoring program will be working on a memorandum of agreement with CIGNET principal investigators in the near future.
Can everyone please take your seats so that we can reconvene?
Are we?
Okay. Dr. Das, would you like to continue your presentation? Okay.
I'm going to continue with my presentation. Just to remind you, I was talking about Objective 3, which addresses lab support for specific field investigations. The third third project for which the CDC Cooperative Agreement will provide support is the Maternal Infant Environmental Exposure Project, which you'll hear about more this afternoon. The CDC Cooperative Agreement includes resources for a subcontract with UCSF's Program for Reproductive Health and the Environment to carry out this investigation. We consider CDC funding to be the core funding for this project to primarily assist with participant recruitment, biospecimen collection, and processing. The biomonitoring program labs will be analyzing these samples for a limited number of environmental chemicals, and therefore we'll be able to measure levels and compare them in 100 pregnant women who deliver at San Francisco General Hospital as well as their infants. The project is really a pilot study that will enable us to develop and test our protocols for what we hope will be a larger maternal infant exposure investigation. Dr. Tracy Woodruff will be describing this project more fully in her presentation after lunch. Whoops, I think that's backwards.
Any questions from panel members?
I have a question for you. This is Mike Wilson. I'm following up on Dr. Culver's question about the deep storage. If that is, given what we've seen on the potential for transgenerational effects, if these samples in the that will be collected at San Francisco General as well as the others, if the deep storage will, what's the time period that those would be allowed to be preserved under the storage conditions?
I mean, the deep storage, it's minus 70 degrees. So within this group of chemicals, the easy decompose ones is possible, like hydroxy pH, these groups. And CDC think that can be stored at least even in the after extract from the urine, or can store it for up to 18 months at least for the chemical form. So that's literature always varied. I don't find the agreed how long that can be stored. So that's something we still need to look at above 18 months. So, but at least 18 months for some easy decomposed chemicals.
If I could follow up, it's possible to store these samples for much longer. Isn't that right? I mean,
it's after you extract in the chemical forms, 18 months. If in the original sample, in the urine, it can be reserved much longer. But for how long, I don't have the definite answer.
And what of whole blood or plasma? Is that is it possible to store those samples for a longer period of time?
I don't have the.
Yeah.
Good morning. Mirto Petres, DTSC. Serum, I can talk about serum. Once it's separated, it can be stored really for many, many years from what others have done. What we usually do, you also measure lipids, because the lipids may change more than some of the chemicals. These are very persistent chemicals that we'll be looking for. So it's more concerned about the lipids changing. So that's an indicator. And I assume with urine samples, creatinine or specific gravity, other things are going to be tested to ascertain that there was no significant physical change to the samples. And I believe whole blood can be stored. Plasma has a problem, but we're not dealing with plasma here. Right. Plasma can be stored, but it can't be thawed more than once or twice, because it gives problems to the analysis. So I don't think we have any problem with whole blood. or with serum for at least 5 to 10 years. And that's how long people have gone back without finding any problem.
Mike, it also depends a little bit on what your target analytes are.
Yeah.
Obviously, metals you can store indefinitely. Right. Some of the less persistent chemicals like pesticides, there actually have not been too many dissipation studies of how well things store. And then there's also can be issues if you have a sample and you thaw it and take an aliquot for analysis and then refreeze it, and then some years later you take another aliquot, then the sample going through the freeze-thaw process could affect the
well, the plan would be to have
analyte.
Small aliquots, so
right.
you don't thaw the sample more than once or twice.
Right.
And also contaminate by dipping your pipette.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any more questions from panel members? Dr. Culver?
It seems to me that decisions about storage should be made now, and planning for the facility in which to store those should be planned for now. Is that underway?
Yes, the planning is underway, and actually one of the lab staff that are to be hired, the sample management officer, will be dealing specifically with these types of issues. And so that person will be on board before the samples are collected. And that planning is underway.
Okay. Dr. Denton?
Dr. Doss, this is Joan Denton. This may be covered in a future presentation, but given now that you're going to be able to do 2,000 samples a year with the CDC money, how does that, the whole question has been statewide versus community-based studies. Where are we on that question? Is the program going to start with statewide, or what is the thinking about that?
Well, currently, the CDC funds are sufficient to support this pilot program, the maternal infant exposure project that I described, that will be described in more detail. And the vast majority of that funding is going to the labs. As far as a statewide sample, we currently don't have the resources to look at a truly statewide sample. We're hoping with different pilot programs and by leveraging our resources with samples that have already been collected, that we will be able to get representative samples from around the state. But currently, we don't have the resources to do the kind of statewide program that was originally envisioned.
Dr. Quint?
Julia Quint. It's my understanding that the CDC grant money is specifically not for a statewide sample, but for specific populations. Am I not understanding that correctly? I thought
I'm not sure if the RFA specifically said that it was not to be for a statewide sample, but it does not provide us the resources to get a truly statewide sample. Yes.
Okay, I thought, okay, thanks.
Did you want to add something, Diana?
Hi, this is Diana Lee with CDPH, and the RFA specifically indicated that the chemicals to be addressed under the RFA or should be of those of concern to the local jurisdiction, the state jurisdiction. And it didn't specifically indicate that we couldn't do a statewide type of sample, but it indicated pretty broad flexibility. However, the main purpose of this funding was to enable the laboratory capacity and capability to be expanded. And so we didn't choose in the proposal to really emphasize a lot of sample collection de novo, so to speak. And as you all know, laboratory equipment and staffing became our first priority to enable the labs to expand the number of chemicals they could analyze as well as to increase their throughput. So the decision was made to maximize those resources to the extent possible and to assess how we could use those resources to analyze existing biosamples that we could have access to. And Dr. Doss will go into more detail about that and build on some of the existing collaborations that we've described previously.
Yeah, I wanted to amplify that a little bit more. Michael Lipset, CDPH. The RFA asked us to address the issue of examining trends in chemicals in the state, and to that end, we are going to be trying to piggyback on some existing sample collection efforts, as Diana mentioned, and this is what some of what Rupa will be talking about a little bit later. We don't have money in the proposal, even though it seems like a lot from CDC. There's not money in there to go out and do extensive statewide sample collection. It's just it's prohibitive. So I hope that answers your questions.
If there are no more questions from panel members, we can continue with the presentation.
So I actually skipped one slide here. So the kind of input we're looking for from the panel today as it pertains to the maternal infant study is to get your recommendations on chemical analytes to include in the maternal infant exposure project. The next agenda item after my presentation will deal with the priority list of chemicals, and that's essential to help us move the study design and the questionnaire development forward. And your review and recommendations regarding chemicals to be included in the pilot study is critical. I wanted to mention that at the last panel meeting, we were asked to provide a sample questionnaire at this meeting, but we decided to defer doing so because our questionnaire development has not, is not far enough along to really share something that's valid, and we hope to work on this over the next few months and provide you something that's a little more developed at the next panel meeting or at subsequent meetings. The fourth objective of our agreement is to assess exposures in a representative group of Californians, and this reflects a program mandate in the enabling legislation, and this actually addresses some of the questions that came up in the last few minutes. As I mentioned, we are leveraging our existing resources by collaborating with researchers who have already collected biospecimens and have stored them statewide or regionally. We recognize that few, if any, resources are available to implement a statewide biomonitoring sampling, and so following the model of the National Biomonitoring Program, our program has begun to explore the feasibility of accessing stored biospecimens. We will assess how feasible it is for the labs to obtain stored biospecimens and to determine the utility of the biospecimens for chemical analysis, the cost to obtain and analyze the analytes, and the appropriate sampling strategies. As we indicated at the last panel meeting, the initial contacts have been made with staff at the Genetic Diseases Branch, and we'll continue these discussions and share our findings at future meetings. And this afternoon, Dr. Stephen Van Eden from Kaiser will be speaking to you about the biobank repository being established by Kaiser's research program on genes, environment, and health. And we expect that our project coordinator, Robin, will be assisting with facilitating many of these assessments. Our fifth and final objective indicates that we will engage and collaborate with stakeholders and communities. We place a particular emphasis on activities that are relevant to the targeted biomonitoring investigations that I've described and the results communication with the help of our field investigations coordinator, Rebecca. We have a subcontract with Health Research for Action to provide formative assessment and development of a print-ready brochure to cover the general background information about biomonitoring that can be used to help introduce the topic of biomonitoring to a general audience and also to help recruit participants. Health Research for Action will also analyze our biomonitoring program website and will provide recommendations for making it more accessible and user-friendly. So in summary, as we described, the cooperative agreement is supplying valuable resources to enable the state labs to increase both the number of chemicals and the number of assays they can analyze in blood and urine. Our original goal at the end of the 5-year period was 13,000 assays per year for up to 14 classes of chemicals in urine or blood. Because we didn't get the full amount we requested, which was 2.9 million, this estimate will be decreased. The lab resources will be used to support analytes of the biospecimens, namely blood and urine, primarily coming from programs or collaborators who are already collecting biospecimens and or storing them. And in addition, we'll plan to collect biospecimens through the maternal infant project. Are there questions regarding anything I've spoken about so far?
Dr. Wilson?
Yeah, thank you, Mike Will. And I guess question is that it seems to me that as the funding kicks in and the project starts to move forward, that there's opportunity. It seems like a great opportunity for undergraduate and graduate students to become involved with the project, both in the sample collection and in the analysis and so forth. And so I'm wondering if that's been, if there's opportunities to do that and this point.
It's certainly a very good suggestion. There are many aspects of the project where students could get involved, and we will look into that.
Yeah.
We have fellows, but we will start looking into students who could help with various aspects of the project.
Good, yeah.
There.
That's something that we've been talking about for a very long time. This is Farla Kaufman, OEHHA, and it was what we were discussing when we had a statewide program envisioned. However, because of all the activity to enable us to acquire the grants, that's something that hasn't had enough attention. But now it definitely is, and the issue of graduate students and add-on studies, and certainly exposure assessment and possibly getting somebody to do some environmental sampling. They're all things that we're discussing and would really appreciate any of your help with that. So it's something that's next on the agenda right now.
Okay.
Also, the laboratory like that idea. Yeah. The laboratory can use like a postdocs or even like a graduate student and to build some collaboration to bring the bright, smart person to work in the lab on the project. That's we talk for a long time. So now we may have the space, we have equipment to host the students to come over.
Mm-hmm. Okay. We've, if I could just follow that up, we're just on the cusp of announcing what will be the Berkeley Center for Green Chemistry, that is sort of brings together the College of Chemistry and Engineering with School of Public Health, College of Natural Resources, the School of Business, and the Law School, all focused on the sort of the technical problems and health and environmental aspects, and then legal aspects of green chemistry and chemicals policy. So that will, what we're seeing already is a lot of student interest in this area, and so it's sort of, I think, a natural conduit in working with the program and supporting the work that you're doing.
Yes, as you've heard, there's a lot of interest in having students, and so thank you for suggesting that, and we hope we'll be able to use your resources in helping to recruit some students in various aspects of the program.
Looks like there are no more questions. So
okay, so my final slide is just to tell you about what we plan to do. We'll continue to work on the chemical selection. We'll talk about that today. We hope to develop a public participation plan. We have started hiring new staff, and we will continue to do so, particularly in the labs. And as we mentioned in our last meeting, we are, according to the legislation, we have a report due to the legislature on January 1st, and we are in the process of preparing that and submitting that up our chain. And that concludes my presentation. Are there any final questions?
thank you, Dr. Das. Dr. Quint?
Julia Quint, with regard to the report to the legislature, is there an opportunity for the panel to make, I don't know the form that report will take, but I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for the panel to make comments or, say something about, have input in some way into that report. For instance, you know, I think most panel members are really very impressed with the work that's been done so far, fully supportive of, you know, continued funding, but would also like to see full funding so that we could actually do a statewide program. And I'm wondering if the legislative, you know, report that you make, if there's an opportunity to include some of those recommendations from the panel, should the panel decide to make those, if that would be an opportunity to include that into the report.
We would welcome your recommendations as far as the future directions of our program, and I think we look to the panel members to help us chart our future course. I think we would definitely like to have your recommendations to include as part of the legislative report.
And there will be a more detailed discussion of that this afternoon, correct?
We will have a discussion as the last discussion today on your recommendations for the future of the program.
Okay. Thank you. If there are no additional questions from the panel at this time, we'd like to take public comments if there are any now. Have we received any comment cards? Are there any comments via the internet? No.
No, we've received no messages through the email.
Okay. So we have 10 minutes scheduled for public comments. We're a little bit behind our schedule. It looks like we've only received one. Is that correct? Okay. So I'd like to invite Davis Baltz from Commonweal to comment.
First, I'd just like to add my congratulations to the program for landing this CDC cooperative agreement. I know a tremendous amount of work from all staff went into it, and really a great accomplishment step forward for the program. So congratulations on that. And also, you know, acknowledge CDC's long-time interest in biomonitoring, and as funds have become available to support states to complement what's happening at the federal level, dating back to Dick Jackson's tenure when the main biomonitoring work was cut underway. Dick, of course, served on this panel, and so did Dave as well. A couple of quick comments about the presentation from Dr. Doss. Look forward to following the collaborations in Tulare and Imperial County. And I know you mentioned that you were open for some other ideas. Hopefully continue to provide those as we go along. But a couple of things right off the bat. I think given California's unique situation with wind terms, it would be important to craft some sort of collaboration where we can really start to gather some data on how Californians are exposed to these substances in ways that we may not see in other parts of the country. And it also would really, I think, be valuable if the program can design a collaboration in the workplace so that it's clear that the biomonitoring program covers and encompasses and is concerned about occupational exposures. And then finally on the SIGNET study, I know we're not having a presentation on that today, so I just wanted to bring up, since we are, that study will be looking at young women entering puberty and their risk of breast cancer. I didn't see a list of higher list of chemicals that might be looked at, but obviously those that are estrogenic will be at the top of the list. And I'd like to again recommend that bisphenol A be included in the chemicals that are looked at. The new EPA Administrator Lisa Jackson was in town this last week and made an important address sort of laying out some principles that EPA is going to be following as they look at comprehensive chemical policy reform in Washington. And she specifically mentioned bisphenol A both in her public remarks in San Francisco as well as a brief call earlier in the day. So this is a chemical that I know we've all looked at quite a bit, and many of us still have concerns about. So any additional data that we can acquire through the biomonitoring program about bisphenol A exposure would be helpful to come to some reasonable decisions of how we should be
Thank you very much for those comments. So the next item on the agenda is for panel discussion, and we have that scheduled until 11:15. Some of the items that Dr. Das brought up that was specifically requesting panel input on were to determine the chemicals of interest, particularly for the mother and infant study, and input from the panel regarding questionnaire development and testing. So, open panel discussion. Dr. Quint?
I have a question. Can you point us to where should we be looking at the list of priority chemicals in terms of input? Or, I mean, we have chemicals that we have prioritized, and so I'm a little bit confused as to what we're doing right now.
So this is Rachel Roisman with OEHHA. I'll try to offer some clarification. So there are a couple of different points in the agenda today where we're going to be asking for your input on chemicals. The next presentation is going to be focused on the priority chemical list and getting your input on that. And that's going to be, for chemicals that as a program we should focus on generally, and then in regard to the CDC cooperative agreement. After lunch, there'll be a presentation about the MEEP project, the Maternal Infant Environmental Exposure project, and we'll be asking for your input at that time about the chemicals specifically for that study. So your input on chemicals will come up a couple of different times today.
Yeah, Julia Quinn. I guess my question was, for the project, are we going outside of the chemicals that we have already sort of targeted, or are we working within the list that we have, of the designated and prioritized chemicals?
Well, I think one issue that will come up when we discuss the maternal infant project is who's going to be doing the analysis, whether we'll be using the CDC MOU that we've discussed at meetings a while ago, and or using our lab's resources. And so depending on, obviously if we're talking about our labs, then we'd be working within the priority chemical list. But if we're using the CDC MOU, then we have access to they do some chemicals that aren't on our priority list, and they don't do some of the chemicals that are on our priority list. So that would be a slightly different thing. But that discussion will probably be had in more detail in the afternoon.
All right.
And just, thought I did. Oh, okay. I'm Diana Lee with CDPH. And just as a point of clarification and to help you kind of think about this, so for Rachel, in the past we've mentioned that the labs do have an existing MOU with the CDC labs that allows analysis of up to 10 chemical classes for roughly samples from 500 participants. And so the original thought was that we could use that MOU to carry out this maternal, or the laboratory analysis at least, for the maternal infant exposure study that we want to carry out. And then we applied for the CDC funding and received that, and part of our proposed work plan through that is to have our state labs carry out some of the analysis for the analytes that would be of interest. So the question that will come up that bears thinking of is that for this initial pilot of roughly 100 women, do we want our state labs, or do we want the analysis to be carried out solely by our state labs, which is a more limited panel of analytes or a limited number of analytes, and save the full 500 from the MOU for the larger study that will then ultimately give us more power? So that's something to consider. And there is a draft list of analytes of interest now that we certainly want the panel to consider, that primarily are coming from the priority list of chemicals that Rachel will be again reviewing with you shortly. Does that help? Okay.
Dr. Quint?
Julia Quinn, do we know anything about the demographics of the population that we would recruit into the study? Because some of some of that information about the study participants might guide some of our decisions about what we biomonitor.
Das from CDPH. Dr. Woodruff will be talking to you about the population of the clinic this afternoon, so you will have that detail after lunch.
Well, I'm Asa Bradman. I actually also want to clarify what input you're interested with respect to the questionnaire development and testing right now.
I did have that up there as a bullet point, but I don't think we were planning to discuss that in detail today. The reason it was up there on the slide is to describe why we didn't have a questionnaire for you at this presentation.
Right, but I wondered...
We're more interested in asking you about the chemicals today.
Okay, I wondered if you wanted some advice about that development process.
About the questionnaire development?
Yeah.
If you have some advice, we'd be happy to take it. But the reason it was up there was really to describe why we didn't have the questionnaire for you.
Thanks.
Dr. Solomon?
I'm having a little trouble giving advice about which chemicals to pick for these efforts. I think that the ones that you might want to go for are, I'm sort of sharing some of Dr. Quint's issues, which is that they're determined in large part by the study population and the study that you're trying to do. And so the fact that we're sort of doing these smaller efforts means that we might be actually looking at different panels of chemicals for different ones. I think that if we're looking at teenage girls or pregnant women, we certainly do want to be looking at estrogenic chemicals and, in the case of pregnant women, thyroid disrupting chemicals, of which we have many examples on the list here, and some of the neurotoxicants for the pregnant women. And if we're looking at collaborations and expanding opportunities with the tracking program and coming up with additional ideas there, we're looking for some things that are totally different. We're looking for chemicals that might be mappable, basically, because that's kind of what they do. And so we'd be looking maybe at pesticides or some of the drinking water contaminants where they could test some of their overlays. And so the questions are totally different, and it's a little difficult then to sort of say, well, here's the list.
Rachel Roisman with OEHHA. I apologize because I think we've obviously made this more confusing than we intended to, but in the afternoon there'll be a discussion about the maternal infant program, and we'll give you a lot more detail about what that study is going to look like and what the chemicals to be analyzed could be, whether we use our labs or CDC labs or a combination, and there'll be an opportunity for you all to provide us input at that point. So we didn't mean to imply that this is your only opportunity to give input, or that we will be giving you a lot more information about that program. So this is was intended to just be a very general sort of update about the biomonitoring program, and then more specific detail about the cooperative agreement, since that's a new and fairly significant change in the program.
Dr. Kavanaugh-Lynch.
Hi, Mel Kavanaugh-Lynch. I had also a couple of questions. Well, let me make my suggestion. I know that the Signet study has ancillary studies looking at built environment questions, which could make it a very good opportunity to look at diesel exhaust, which is on our list to be developed. So one of my questions is that something that might be developed as part of the CDC grant? And then I also know that there will be opportunity to possibly extend that cohort for another 5 to 7 years, which may make the phenols, and particularly BPA, very interesting to look at, because we can look at sort of pre-regulation and post-regulation amounts, very possibly. But it almost sounds like, from the description of the study, that it's already been determined what's going to be looked at in the urine of those young in this context. So is there opportunity to discuss that And will the diesel measurement be something that could be developed in the next couple of years?
Sorry, this is Diana Lee with CDPH. So yes, we are actively engaging in conversations with the principal investigators of the SIGNET study. And when we originally were preparing the proposal, we approached them with respect to the potential for access to their studies. And at that time, they clarified what the baseline samples that they've collected in 2005 have currently been, what analysis has currently taken place by the CDC labs. And then we kind of discussed what our labs were proposing in terms of additional methods and or capability and capacity. And of the ones that our labs were proposing, they said, well, we would be interested in such and such and such. So what Dr. Doss had in her slide were based on those preliminary discussions, and in particular the organophosphates, pesticides in urine, for instance, and metals in blood and urine possibly. So they are still we're still continuing this discussion with them, and as you know, it's a multi-center study that's also being carried out in Cleveland as well, and so some of these analytical issues are also being discussed with them, and our cooperative agreement resources will be reserved specifically for looking at California's cohort, for instance, and then they're mediating with their other centers as well. So it's a little bit more complicated, and we're going to follow this discussion with them, and we will definitely be developing the MOU with them to address the specific analytes as well. So we definitely will share your comments with them, and I know that the initial analysis of BPA has already taken place for the baseline samples, for instance, and then as we indicated, they've been collecting urine samples yearly since then and been storing them. And those are the primary samples that they think they can make accessible to us, and what additional analytes will be carried out in those specimens are still somewhat fluid.
I think one of your questions was, can the methodology to analyze diesel be developed? Is that correct? Would you be able to answer that?
I missed the question about the disease, and I think Dr. Peter Fleisser, when he's still here, he make a very good presentation. Some chemicals, if that's in the polyaromatic hydrocarbons, we can do it. Some other markers, I forgot, like IG or IgN. Yeah, we cannot do in this lab. So if that's a chemical-related markers, if the program required, laboratory can work on it to look for the nitro or the pH and other hydroxypyranes, some of these chemicals. Lab is working on it. I don't know. I missed the question part.
Is there a comment here? Or public comment? No?
This is Sandy McNeil with CDPH. I'm monitoring the email, and we've had multiple requests for speakers to speak into the microphones. Unfortunately, Davis's comments were not audible over the webcast, so I would just like to remind everybody to speak directly into the microphone and get within about 2 inches of it. Thank you.
Dr. McCone?
Tom McCone, into the microphone. This is a comment more, but this idea of watching big events happening, coming and going, and with regard to transportation, there's a lot of fuel switching that's likely to go on with alternative fuels. There are programs in place, both nationally and certainly in the state, for ultra-low sulfur, reformulated gasolines and such. So I think we don't want to lose track of some of these markers of transportation, because we will be able to witness, or witness whether there is a change in a marker of exposure as we see the fuel composition change and the regulations on emissions change in time.
Dr.
Yeah,
Wilson?
Mike Wilson again. And I have to come back to this question of storage. I guess I need to be educated about what it sounds like that it's possible to that it's technically possible to have long-term storage for metals, perhaps in blood or in cord blood samples, but that there's a problem with volatiles, for example, that you may lose that over time. I guess I feel that it's really important that whatever we can do to place samples in long-term storage, we should be doing that if it's technically possible, because of the problem of what we don't know that we don't know, and that may become apparent in subsequent generations. Something along the lines of what we've seen with DES and now with DDT and a number of others. So I don't know if members of the panel or OEHHA could educate us about what is technically possible with regard to storage of cord blood samples, for example. Any takers?
Well, I can just say, I mean, from our experiences and working with CDC, that many of the compounds are stable over a long time. And again, it depends on the individual chemical that you're looking at. But at -70, many of the target analytes, particularly persistent organic pollutants, can be stable. For example, the CHDS study out of Oakland, they're looking at samples that are 40 years old. And
did you say 40?
40.
40 years old.
And again, it really depends on the analyte. I think there's a general need, and this is something that CDC and NIST and others should support, where there are studies of storage stability and dissipation, and looking at issues of, for example, sample breaking down in after it's been extracted in the instrument. But in general, many of the compounds we're looking at are stable for a long time, but there is a lack of data for many as well. But POPs are decades at -70.
Lab did a literature search on the OP metabolite, and then we found that the literature can cover a few years until indefinite times. So that's I agree with Arthur said. It's depend on the chemicals. That's a gap on the data we need to collect. Consider many chemicals like we talked about BPE is only bring to the attention recently. So no one have the solid data to support how long this can be stored. But we definitely like to work on this area to find out what's the best way to store them, how long they can be stored.
Yeah. I think it's sort of, again, following up on Dr. Culver's point, that it just seems critically important to me at the outset, as we're thinking about that issue, because it may affect how each aliquot is distributed. It may be that each sample is split into 4 separate samples, 1 or 2 of which are placed in long-term storage with the expectation that they would not be accessed, for example.
I agree with you. So this is the areas definitely lab and then program need to pay more attention now to do a plan. And when we hire these people, look for the what's the best way to aliquot the samples and store the portion for long-term and short-term use.
Right. Exactly.
There is, Mike, too, and maybe this is something that could be presented here in review. There is actually an international society for biological and exposure repositories, and they've been setting up QA/QC guidelines and standard protocols and procedures for collecting and storing samples for future studies. That might be something worth reviewing as part of this effort. Some of the principles that we use in our work is to divide samples between freezers. So if a building collapses or you have a power outage, backup power, alarms on computers. So on freezers, if the temperatures start to rise, you're notified by an automatic calling system, so somebody can go in and get some dry ice or have a backup freezer. Those are principles of storage that I'm sure the lab here is familiar with, but maybe could be concretized in some way.
And are those, just follow that up finally, are those sort of protocols that are laid out by these international, this international body?
Yes.
Yeah. So that seems to me to be something that would be important as we're launching our program here in the state, that we, we're consonant with those protocols.
Just to add on, I was going to bring exactly the same QC issues. Virtual 3, DTSC. I was going to bring up the same QC issues. In addition, I can tell that in our experience for the last maybe 15 years, we've been storing our samples in -20, not even -70. And we have not seen any breakdown. We, as QC, lab QCs, we have bovine serum, which we spike with all kind of persistent chemicals, organochlorine pesticides, PCBs, and PBDs. And every time we analyze a batch of real samples, we draw one of these frozen ones. We haven't seen any degradation the last 7 or 8 years that we've been doing this, and it's only -20. So I'm sure that the -70 will be really robust.
Dr.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I wanted to reiterate that we will be hiring a sample management officer that will deal specifically with these issues. So as we hire them, hopefully you'll be able to provide some advice, and we'll collaborate with you on developing some of these procedures. But we are paying attention to the need to develop these policies before we start collecting samples.
Dr. Culver, did you have a comment? No? Oh.
Could all of this be addressed sometime after your expert is on staff?
Yes, we definitely will make it a point to put this issue on an agenda of a future meeting after this person is hired.
Ulrika Luder, I just wanted to actually follow up on something that Mike Wilson was talking about related to coming up with procedures for how the samples will be dealt with, not only the storage, but I think another topic that would be good to talk about in the future would be procedures for how archived samples could be accessed, and how, for example, by outside investigators, would that be possible, or by the program, how that would be prioritized of what kinds of subsequent analyses would be done on these archived samples. So I think that's something that probably would really benefit from being discussed ahead of time and having a procedure in place for that. Do any of the panel members have additional comments, or we? Dr. Lee?
Diana with the California Department of Public Health. I want to stress that the initial efforts of the program are going to be accessing biospecimens collected by other researchers and collaborators, so that first rights to any samples will need to be cleared with those researchers. And we're only doing a very limited collection of what I call de novo sample collection under the auspices of the CECBP. But you're right that those issues of access to archived biospecimens has come up already in our discussions, and we will need to address that.
I just wanted to ask how we're doing on time. We're kind of off schedule, but can we take a few more questions from the panel or comments from the panel?
Sarah Hoover, OEHHA. Our original schedule was to start Rachel's presentation 15 minutes ago, so we're a bit behind, but.
Okay, then I think we can hold questions for the subsequent question period from the panel at this point and maybe proceed with the next presentation. So the next presentation will be a discussion of the priority chemicals list, and Dr. Rachel Roisman will be presenting that.
Yes, and I'll just start actually by making an announcement to people listening on the webcast that if they're having issues with the webcast or have questions about the meeting, to please send an email to biomonitoring@oehha.ca.gov. And as a little background to this presentation, so I think the complicating factor is that we are not just talking about a statewide biomonitoring program because that's not what we're able to do right now. So, you know, the issue of priority chemicals and even designated, well, chemicals for the program is more complicated because we're talking about them in chemicals in very different contexts in all of these pilot studies and the small community-based projects that we're doing, and you know, when we're collaborating with other researchers. And so I think the question about what chemicals we should look at has become a lot more complicated, and that's why we keep coming back to you, and we will continue to keep coming back to you to get your input about chemical selection for the program as a whole, but also in these particular contexts. And for each study, there's a different, we're looking, you know, we're working with different collaborators who have their own interests, and we're working with different populations, and so the set of chemicals that we look at is probably going to vary. So the purpose of this particular discussion is to get your input about the priority list in general, and you know, in particular, how it's going to be, how the lab are going to develop with the extra support that's coming through the CDC. And then, for instance, later this afternoon, we'll talk to you more specifically about this maternal infant environmental exposure project and try to get your input about chemical selection for that particular study. But the reality is that the nature, the way the program is right now, we're going to have to ask for your input over and over again about these chemicals in these various contexts. So I'll just start once again with this slide that you've seen before, which gives you an overview of how we come up with the chemicals that are included in the biomonitoring program. So designated chemicals, it's a fairly large pool of chemicals that include everything that's biomonitored by the CDC as part of NHANES, as well as additional chemicals that the panel recommends be added to the program following certain criteria that are laid out in the legislation. From this pool of designated chemicals, there's another set of criteria in the legislation, and the panel follows the criteria and provides the program with recommendations about which designated chemicals should be priority chemicals. And then based on feasibility and resources from the pool of priority chemicals, we have the actual chemicals that will be measured as part of the program. And what we could probably add now is that different priority chemicals will be measured for these different pilot studies that are going on. These are the criteria for recommending priority chemicals. It has to do with the exposure to the public or the potential exposure to the public or specific subgroups, the likelihood of a chemical being a carcinogen or toxicant based on a variety of different information, the limits of laboratory detection, and then other criteria that the panel may agree to. And once again, I'll just remind you that these criteria are not joined by ands or ors, so it's really up to the panel to decide when they feel that these criteria are met, and that it's and to recommend chemicals being as priority chemicals in the program. So far on the priority chemical list, we have two chemical classes in their entirety, cyclosiloxanes and brominated and chlorinated organic compounds used as flame retardants. And then we have 76 chemical substances, mostly individual chemicals, but for instance, the mixture diesel exhaust is included in this group. And the reality is that even with the CDC cooperative agreement, the labs don't have the resources to develop methods for all of these priority chemicals at the same time. And so there does need to be some decisions that are made about which methods will be developed first. This is a summary of the priority chemicals based on the groups that they fall into. So the metals, cadmium, lead, mercury, and arsenic, environmental phenols, perchlorate, diesel exhaust, cotinine, the two classes that I mentioned before, cyclosiloxanes and brominated and chlorinated organic compounds used as flame retardants, 3 of the polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, and then organophosphate insecticides, pyrethroid pesticides, and phthalates. And again, not every member of those classes is included as a priority chemical. A couple of additional pesticides, DDT, paradichlorobenzene, and 2,4-D. And then finally, the perfluorinated compounds. Again, not every member of that class, but the ones that are biomonitored by the CDC. And again, as a reminder, the way that we've been operating is that the program determines, the panel recommends the parent compound that's of interest, and the program determines the appropriate target compound, and this may be a parent, an isomer, a key metabolite, or something else, and this is likely to change as method development proceeds. So, just to tell everybody what the materials were that we put together for this discussion, there's a table that's been posted on the website and provided to the panel in advance of the meeting, and it mirrors tables that we've provided in the past about, at that time, potential priority chemicals, and now it has all the priority chemicals. The emphasis in the table is on laboratory considerations, which lab does the analysis, whether it's a blood or urine biospecimen, the timeline for lab capability, and some background material, whether it be the CDC biomonitoring results or write-ups that the program has done on particular chemicals, or just other background materials about biomonitoring for these chemicals. And again, these materials are available on the website. The table is. So to summarize the table in a different way than how it's presented, so these are all the chemicals, the priority chemicals for which the lab has current capability for measurement. And I'll just say that, we're defining capability as, what can the lab actually measure, and capacity has to do with, how many samples the lab can measure. So the lab may have capability, they're technically capable of measuring, a particular compound, but that's not necessarily the same thing as having all the money and the resources to run 1,000 samples. So this table mostly focuses on capability. When I talk about the CDC proposal, and I'll show you those tables in a couple of slides, those get more into the issue of lab capacity and when they'll be able to measure 500, 600, 1,000 samples. So the chemicals for which the lab has current capability include lead, cadmium, and mercury. 1 pyrethroid metabolite, 3-phenoxybenzoic acid, which is common to three of the priority pyrethroids, as well as to some other pyrethroids that are not priority chemicals. Chlorpyrifos, this is a specific OP metabolite for chlorpyrifos. 11 of the PBDEs and DDT. Oops, sorry. So on the table, we also talked about which chemicals the labs have expects to develop capability for measurement within 12 months. We're calling this soon. And this includes the DAP metabolites, which are non-specific metabolites for all the priority organophosphates, perchlorate, the environmental phenols, triclosan, and BPA, arsenic, one of the PEHs, 3-hydroxyphenanthrene, 10 of the brominated or chlorinated flame retardants, 4 of the phthalate metabolites, and 12 of the perfluorinated compounds. And these are detailed on the table, but I'm just summarizing them here. On the table, there are also several chemicals for which the lab expects to develop capability for measurement in more than 12 months, which we're saying is later. And this includes diesel exhaust, other pyrethroid metabolites, 2 of the phthalate metabolites, cyclosiloxanes, and 2 of the PAHs. So just to flesh out this now, soon, and later, and also give you a little bit more information about not just lab capability, but capacity, I'm going to show you the tables that were included in the CDC, the application for funding through the CDC. And these may not show up great on the slides, but they are available at the end of this, your copy of the slides. You have a full page version of the table, and that's also available in the back, and all of this will be posted on the website after the meeting. And I'll just preface it by saying, these were estimates to begin with, and they also are based on full funding from the CDC for all 5 years. We already know that in year 1, we requested $2.9 million. We got $2.65 million. So these numbers are already based on more money than we know that we're receiving for year 1, and it assumes full funding for years 2 through 5. So this first table is for the DPH labs, and the letters in there are telling you whether the method is in development. That's what M stands for. P is partial, partial capacity, meaning that it can measure, maybe 250 to 400 or 500 samples. And then F is capacity, which generally means, measuring, certainly more than 400 samples. And there are other distinctions between partial and full than just the number, the assay capacity. So what this tells you is, where the DPH labs think that they'll be, assuming they continue to get full funding from the CDC, over the next several years in regards to measuring metals, both in blood and urine, perchlorate, the organophosphate pesticides, which includes the specific metabolites, and then the DAP metabolites are listed separately, the pyrethroid pesticides, bisphenol A, and phthalates. And then at the bottom shows you the total assays per year, which I know was a question brought up by one of the panel members earlier today about, you know, how many samples we were talking about in each year of the agreement. Are there questions about this table?
Actually, I have a clarification of the table, which relates to the question that we had, I think that Dr. Solomon had earlier, which here at the line across the bottom of the table suggests that the number of samples that can be assayed per year is going to be increasing in each year of the grant. And earlier it sounded more like it was 8,000 for the total 5 years and 2,000 per year. So could you clarify that?
I'm going to do better than that. I'm going to defer to Dr. Shea.
We mentioned like a two.
Put it right up to your mouth.
Okay, 2,000 samples. That means per analyte groups. So that means we can end up together. And on this table we list 1,000, but a lot of analytes is especially like metals. In some of the analytes in urines, we think we can go up to 2,000 samples. So the realistic number will be between 1,000 and 2,000. For some of them, if the process takes longer, we think maybe not exactly at 2,000 mark. But some of them, like metals, we possibly have a big limitation on the capacity.
Okay, just follow up on that. So if you're doing more than one analyte group, you know, say you said 2,000, you could do metals, but does that mean that then you can't do some other analyte? I'm just looking at the totals here at the bottom.
The other ones, I think if you take 1,500, will be a good estimate. We can, on the average, we can handle all of the analyte in our lab around 1,500. Will be a safe estimate.
Thank you. Any other questions from panel members?
This is Diana Lee from CDPH. I just want to again remind the panel that this cooperative agreement is for 5 years, at the end of which there is no necessary guaranteed funding to continue the staff, etc., and have resources to maintain the equipment being obtained through this initial 5-year cooperative agreement. So for the purposes of the proposal, we certainly indicated that at the end of the 5-year period, we intend to meet this objective of doing roughly 14,000 assays combined by the 2 labs for 14 classes or chemicals, I believe is what we indicated. So that's at the end of the 5-year period that we expect to achieve this.
So I will go on to the next slide, which is same idea, but this is for the DTSC labs. And the I think important thing to notice here is at the bottom there on the left, there's a room for a new chemical / chemical class, something where method development would be started in year 5. And so the chemicals that we're dealing with here are the PBDEs, other flame retardants, the hydroxylated PBDEs, perfluorinated chemicals, and cyclosiloxanes, and then again this new chemical. I'll just back up and ask if there are any clarifying questions about this table. Okay. And then, so on the priority chemical table that you got in advance of the meeting, there are some chemicals that are not, where method development is currently not planned for various reasons, and I thought that I should highlight these just so that you're aware of them. Cotinine as a marker for tobacco exposure, paradichlorobenzene, one of the pesticides we talked about at the last meeting, 2,4-D, another pesticide from the last meeting, 17 of the chlorinated or brominated flame retardants, 2 of the phthalate metabolites, and 2 of the perfluorinated compounds. So the questions that two of the questions that we have for your discussion is, is there an additional chemicals that you'd like to see the DTSC lab develop methods for in year 5 of the CDC cooperative agreement? And are there priority chemicals for which method development is not planned, for which you'd like to see methods developed? And again, this discussion is really about the program as a whole and how we're using the CDC funding, and we'll have a separate discussion about, some of the specific pilot studies that we're going to be doing and which chemicals should be included in that. But if they're, this is the current plan for method development from the lab. So if this is a good opportunity, if you have input about that, to let us know what you think. And also just to provide you with a reality check in terms of when, how far in the future some of these priority chemicals methods, aren't going to, even with this additional funding, the methods can't be developed for several years from now. So I hope this has given you more information about that.
Thank you, Dr. Roisman. Because we're a little bit behind schedule, maybe we can take a few clarifying questions now and then have the public comments and then do the panel discussion, if that's all right with everyone. Mm-hmm. Do you have a question, Dr. Kavanaugh-Lynch?
Yeah, Mel Kavanaugh-Lynch. So I just have a question about diesel, because it's listed on the table as later, but not planned, but I don't see it in any of the plans.
I guess maybe the other people can correct me, like Mike. This biomarker is a very complicated issues, and some of the people monitor the certain markers, and then Peter presented before, and at this moment, lab sort of is okay. Lab only have 3 chemists in the lab. At this moment, they all already do the other things. But if the panel think this marker and also can recommend which marker we should focus on, then lab can try to redirection or to come up with a plan.
I just want to clear. I think it's probably clear, but I think one of the issues is it's still not clear exactly how to measure diesel exhaust and have it be specific enough. So I think, as what you were saying previously, is that you certainly could do certain PAHs that would be related to diesel exhaust, but you do not currently have a method under development that is a specific fingerprint for diesel exhaust. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. So that's the situation.
Dr. Quint?
Julia Quint. I think when Peter made the presentation, I think that you referred to several times, there were promising leads for certain specific fingerprints for diesel. And I think one of the things that some of us might be interested in is, instead of a brand new chemical, is to really spend time, seeing whether or not this, specific chemical, and I don't remember the name, but, to make sure that we would concentrate on that. Not trying to preempt what you would, your preference, but, and that's the confusion, because I don't remember the specifics of Peter's presentation, but it did seem promising that there was a specific marker for diesel, and if we could talk about what it would take in terms of CDC resources to pursue that, as opposed to a brand new chemical, I think many of us would be delighted to endorse something like that, because diesel is so important.
Dr. Solomon?
Gina Solomon, I'd just like to pile on. I agree, and my recollection is that Dr. Flessel spoke with someone, I think at Battelle, who was working on this issue, and there was at least some potential interest in a collaboration, I believe, from there. And so it would be great to follow up on that lead. I believe that had to do with the nitro-PAHs as a biomarker, which in my view seemed a little bit more promising than the IgE kind of approach. And so, you know, if there were a collaboration that could be created there and additional funding perhaps could be sought around that, that would be wonderful.
OEHHA, I just want to clarify that the new chemical is actually under DTSC, and so this would be a DPH thing. So it may be necessary for you to look at the table of the DPH chemicals that are part of the CDC cooperative agreement and say, you know, which, if there are some of those that are less of interest to you than diesel, and to ask them to, I don't know if that's necessary from the lab's point of view, but. Well, it is.
Okay, Michael Lipset. Yeah, I'm sorry I had to step out of the room at the beginning of this discussion, so I may be repeating some stuff that you already heard. But we did submit a pre-proposal to ARB. Did you already mention this, John Wynn, or not? Okay. This is something that the Air Resources Board is very interested in as well. And John Wynn and I think Peter was involved in this before he retired. We submitted a pre-proposal to ARB to help develop a biomarker, or at least to work on this with some initial funding from ARB, but there was work that was very similar to what we were proposing that was further along with another research group in California, and I think Battelle might have been involved in this as well. But we can follow up with the Air Resources Board and find out, you know, where they are on this and present that information to you at the next meeting if you would like. Yeah.
Just a clarifying, what specifically, is this just markers of diesel, or would it be other broader markers of traffic and transportation-related exposures?
They were particularly interested in diesel markers.
Well, certainly high priority, but is there any likely effort to go, and again, it's back to this point I brought up, we're kind of watching, certainly the state is encouraging a shift in fuels, right? We're seeing a shift to low-carbon fuels.
Right.
There's a range of things out there. There are a lot of I know the ARB, I'm involved in some of this. I'm familiar with what they're trying to do to understand the different spectrum of emissions.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if these other groups are targeting some of this and if there's other opportunities. I'm not aware of a lot. I know I'm aware of the studies of changing emissions, that is putting vehicles in test chambers, looking at different engines and fuels, but is anyone going to capture the other side of this equation, which is what happens in the receptor population with these shifting emissions? It may not be something we can capture. Certainly the diesel, I would argue, is the highest priority because that's the biggest likely burden of disease element in transportation fuels. But if there are other opportunities, it would certainly be interesting.
Well, we can check with ARB's research division to find out where they are headed on this. They do have a lot more in the way of resources to be able to support these kinds of methods development, and we can just give you a status report on that at the next meeting. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to actually also clarify what Dr. Weissman was bringing up, that there's only room really for the panel to make recommendations for new analyses from the DTSC lab? Or
it's my understanding, well, or at least that you would have to probably knock something off the list for the DPH lab if you want to move something like D up there.
Okay.
That's my understanding. So that there isn't enough money in the proposal to just add on, even if it's fully funded, to add on something else to what the labs would do.
If there are no other just clarifying questions from the panel at this point, perhaps we could take the public comments and then have more of a discussion after that. Are there any public comments, requests for public comments? Any via email? No? All right. Well, then we can continue with our discussion among the panel members if there are no public comments.
Okay.
Our work plan for CDC is still somewhat fluid, and we will be submitting updates and progress reports and so on. So as we prepare our proposal for subsequent years, we could include a recommendation that the panel is particularly interested in a certain chemical and see if we could get additional resources to help develop those methods too. So I think it's still good to go on record to indicate that interest and document it as such.
Dr. Solomon?
Yeah, I'm just wondering why the organophosphate, dialkyl phosphate metabolites are on the list. Those are non-specific metabolites. My understanding is CDC is moving away from using those and is moving towards using specific OP metabolites. And so if we were going to chop something off the list, that would be my vote.
You mean the depth? Yeah. Okay. Actually, I don't know CDC's move away from it, so we based on the 2003's CDC's finding, we thought maybe depth is a common metabolite, so can reflect the total aggregate exposure. But if the CDC's move away, definitely the panel can look at this, give a new recommendation.
One complicating factor, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that there's also some, it's a little bit tricky because I think something like the DAP metabolites is something that, for instance, the environmental tracking program or other collaborators are relying on the DPH labs to be able to provide that for them. So I think that they're also developing those methods for reasons other than the biomonitoring program. Is that true?
We don't have the firm commitment to do the depths for the Tulare County because they changed their proposal now. They only ask us to the TCP, so that's a lot of problem.
If I may follow up, it's Gina Solomon again. The problem with the nonspecific metabolites is that there are some organophosphates that are very highly toxic and some that are far less toxic that all break down to the same metabolite. And so if you detect the metabolite, it's a little bit hard to sort of back project the toxicity to which that person was likely to have been exposed because you don't know which parent compound is represented. And so the more specific metabolites are preferable, I think, for that reason. And I think it was a good choice for the tracking program to focus on TCP and chlorpyrifos for their project. So that's just a thought. And speaking of the tracking program, going back to diesel, it would be great collaboration with the tracking program because they're doing some studies where they're mapping near highway. They did some work in Oakland where they looked at asthma hospitalizations and ER visits and proximity to freeways, and those are diesel exhaust sort of exposures are at least potentially mappable. And biomonitoring could actually be a part of that in I think, a pretty interesting way.
Dr. Wilson?
Yeah, Mike Wilson. I just want to add my support to efforts to identify a reasonably specific biomarker of diesel exposure, and that you know, as we're seeing the trajectory in terms of California's growth, development in the Port of Oakland and Long Beach and so forth, this is going to be a continuing issue for California, I think. So, you know, absolutely whatever we can do to be focusing on that, I would like to see us do that. And the other is that one other comment and then a question, that under the AB 1879, DTSC has been charged by the legislature to identify and prioritize chemicals of concern in California, and is sort of working its way through to do that. And in fact, next week the Green Ribbon Panel is deliberating on the specifics of that process, and it's possible that there will be other substances that come to our attention as in the next year or two, and so I'm just sort of flagging that as another source of input and data that would be potentially useful for what we're doing, and in terms of this question of this open slot here on new chemicals for the DTSC lab. And then my question is, if there is, over the course of the 5 years, if there is what the public reporting sort of system is contemplated in terms of the results, and also if there is a schedule for publishing the results in you know, environmental health perspectives, for example, if that's part of the 5-year plan.
In terms of reporting the results, what we've been working on now is to develop a plan to report results back to individual participants. That's our first goal that is mandated in the legislation. As a part of that, I think we will also have to develop a plan to report the results publicly. And that's something we will work on. As far as publications, we definitely plan to have publications, but we don't have a specific plan right now where we are planning to publish in certain journals, but I think that's a very good suggestion. The issue of publications has come up in regards to the UCSF study, but we haven't developed it in a lot of detail.
Okay, thank you.
This is Asa. I'm not necessarily making a plug for DAPS here, but I just want to kind of outline some of the complexity there. Many of the OP pesticides are not measurable. There's no pesticide-specific metabolite for many of them, and some of them are quite toxic, like oxydimethyl methyl. And DAPS are kind of a classic problem because they reflect so many different chemicals with such different toxicity. CDC is developing a method for all OPs in blood. The detection limits are fairly high, and I suspect that many of the assays they will get will be non-detectable because the detection limits are high. I think the issue of dropping DAPS or not bears more discussion, but it's something to seriously consider because they're hard to interpret. They do provide information on general trends, and certainly the dominant pesticides in California, some of the chlorpyrifos, diazinon, they're very heavily used in agriculture. The use has been eliminated in residential environments, and there is potentially an opportunity there to track changes in exposure. So that's something that may warrant discussion. I also want to ask, it's not clear to me how some of these decisions were made to not plan for doing certain analytes, and I'm sure that had to do with capacity, but maybe you could clarify that. And I would agree, just to step back a little bit, that diesel should be a high priority for the panel and for the state, and any more discussion on that is warranted. I don't know if we want to actually take a vote on that. And then I think also tobacco smoke and cotinine is something to consider. I know it's done nationally, but it's certainly an important public health issue, and it's also another opportunity to track changes in exposure, hopefully as a result of changes in legislation. So.
Yeah, I was actually, just to follow up on what Dr. Bradman was saying, was going to suggest that it seemed as though the panel was beginning to come to a consensus that diesel is important and that we might want to make a recommendation about diesel, and whether we should do that as a formal vote, and whether that needs to be tied together with a recommendation for dropping another chemical in order to be able to make the recommendation that diesel be, the method be developed for diesel. I also have had a request from a member for a break, and we actually have lunch scheduled at 12:30. I don't know whether we can, is it all right with everyone on the panel to wait till 12:30, or do we?
Sure.
All right. Thank you. Dr. Lipset?
Yeah, I wanted to respond to Dr. Bradman's question about the decision related to cotinine. And you may or may not recall that when Peter Flessel was here, he did address this question. And that is that basically if we want to be able to analyze cotinine, that will take a dedicated piece of equipment just for that analysis. And it was basically felt that that would compete with too many other possible analyses that we would want to do. And so that decision was made really early on within the CDPH laboratory. With respect to the DAPs, I mean, we can confer with the lab people and get back to you at the next meeting about that. And then with respect to diesel, you know, I think all of us think that it's an important priority. And as I said before, we will confer with ARB, at least with respect to where they are on this, because they may be further along in their research funding of this, and in any case, they will be aware of other efforts that are being undertaken nationally and internationally in this regard.
Rachel Roisman with OEHHA. I'll just add one thing, which is that I know the CDC is also looking at other tobacco biomarkers, including NNAL, and I don't know anything about that analysis or whether it requires its own machine, but that could be something that we would look into as possibly a less resource-intensive way of measuring tobacco exposure, if that would be of interest to the panel.
Dr. Shea?
For the panel wanted to do the diesels, for example, Dr. Quint mentioned that a paper that's published in 2007 by first author, I think, is Japanese, and use 1-nitropyrines. And then, if I remember correctly, that method requires a lot of urine samples to do it. So at that moment, we conclude that method may be a research level paper. And then for the routine biomonitoring, need some work done, because otherwise we require so much samples to just do that 1-nitropyrine. So I like a panel to give us the clean direction which marker possibly can be used, so lab can be focused on it.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a comment? Is there a comment? Yeah.
I think there's a pause before the mic goes on. Sarah Hoover, OEHHA. I think what Dr. Lipset said is that we will follow up on what the options are, what ARB is working on in that regard, and we will brief you, because obviously you're not necessarily going to be able to give us guidance on the appropriate marker to pursue at this point. So we'll report back to you on what is in the works and what might or might not be possible. And then we can have further discussion on diesel.
Great. Are there any other items that the panel members would like to discuss?
This is Mike Wilson. Do you want to entertain a motion on that to hear from the panel as a decision?
Do we need a motion today if we're going to come back with more information? I'm thinking maybe we should wait and have the additional discussion at the next meeting. We don't need a motion for you to bring back more information to us, right? Correct?
Correct.
So be it.
Dr. Luder, I had a question. I'm wondering if it would be possible to find out that information today and bring it back to the panel this afternoon. I mean, ARB is in this building, Research Division is in this building. The next panel meeting is, what, 3 or 4 months away? I mean, you might be able to come back and say, you know, they're not planning on looking at it, or they have a huge research project that's in the works or something.
Okay, we may be able to get some information about this. It's possible that I can find out during lunch.
It might be worth at least a try.
Yeah. Okay, that's
something
fine.
to work from at this meeting.
Yeah, I'll try to do that, but there's no guarantee that the people who are responsible for that are going to be available to talk about it. But sure, I'll do that during lunch.
Dr. Solomon?
Oh, sorry. It sounds clear to me that there's a lot of interest in the panel in developing diesel, and the sort of agreement laid out a plan for 5 years. The funding was only requested and provided for the first year. So in several months, we will be preparing and submitting a proposal for the next year. And it seems clear to me that you are encouraging us to really make sure that making a diesel biomarker a part of that proposal for the next year, the next several years. If that's incorrect, let us know, but it just sounds to me like that's of great interest to the panel and something that you'd really like to see included as a significant part of the proposal in coming years.
I guess.
Dr. Solomon?
A couple things. One is with regard to diesel, there might be other sources of funding too, NIOSH funding or even NIEHS funding on methods development, so that if it doesn't work within the CDC proposal, just might be worth looking at other things. But my main question was about the 17 chlorinated or brominated flame retardants that are not planned, and I was looking down the list and trying to remember the memo that and the whether any of these are ones that were of particular concern and that are probably potentially increasing in California. And it seemed like the dechlorane plus at a minimum was one that I recall seems to be rising, and maybe Sarah, you can remind us about some of the others, or oh, sorry, Gail, you were the one who, sorry, spaced out, because it would just be good to know if there's anything major we're missing.
Gail Croak, OEHHA. I think the tris 1-chloro-2-propylphosphate is one that's currently being used in furniture foam and showing up a lot. So what's labeled here as TCPP. Also, the 2 brominated chemicals in Firemaster 550. I think that has been reformulated to Firemaster 600. I'm not sure if both of them are in there, but that also has had high use. And I think also decabromodiphenylethane had use, and we should look more at that as a replacement for DECA. So that would be another one.
If I can add from the lab perspective, this is Myrtopetreas, DTSC. Remember, this is not a class of chemicals. It's a group of very, very different chemicals. So when we started, we were doing the PBDs, and we started adapting our method to encompass a few more at a time. So they're not planned. They're mostly the phosphates, which require totally different behavior, totally different instrumentation needed. So as we stand now with the current resources, it's not planned. Maybe some of the new chemicals in the future.
Mike Wilson. Maybe I'm overly focused on protocol. I guess I would like to provide a really unequivocal response to Dr. Roisman's question from the panel about that we are, in the form of a motion, that we are recommending that staff take steps to identify a biomarker of exposure to diesel and develop the lab method for its identification in biomonitoring studies. And I guess I defer to the chair, but I guess I would like to see that posed in the form of a motion and made clear from the panel.
Do we have any objections or discussion from the other panel members about that? I think it certainly, as I said, I think it's clear that the panel seems to be coming to a consensus and feels that it's important. So we certainly could take a vote to recommend that. I think that would be a reasonable thing. If someone would like to second.
Well, I guess I'll just
motion. Would you like to state it?
State
more
the motion
explicitly?
would be that the panel recommends that program staff take steps to identify a biomarker of exposure to diesel exhaust and the development of a laboratory method for its identification in biomonitoring studies.
Okay. Dr. McCone?
I'll second that because I agree. I think if we just discuss it and that the minutes suggest that we were all in favor, it's much more powerful to just say we unanimously gave the marching orders or whatever.
All right. Should we take the formal vote then? Okay. Everyone raise your hand if you support the motion. Unanimous support for the motion proposed by Dr.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion, questions by panel members?
Excuse me, I don't have my Bagley-Keene Act with me, but my recollection is when you're doing a vote, when there's people that aren't present in the room, that you have to do it by roll call. So, sorry, it's probably not that important, but if you could just say your name and then yes or no, and then we just go ahead and get that on the record.
Should we start with Dr. McCone?
Tom McCone, aye.
Mike Wilson, aye.
Mel Kavanaugh Lynch, aye.
Julia Quint, aye.
Ulrika Luderer, aye.
Dwight Culver, aye.
Asa Bradman, aye.
Gina Solomon, aye.
Any additional discussion by the panel? Dr. Quinn?
I just want to reiterate the importance of diesel exhaust to workers, and I think it provides a good opportunity to follow up on what Davis Balls emphasized in his comments, that some of these special studies be directed to occupational exposures, and I think there has been a lot of activity not only in the ports but in West Oakland with the truckers or unions and communities working together on diesel exhaust. So this would represent another opportunity to incorporate an occupational component into the biomonitoring program. So I just want to make sure we don't lose sight of that as we go forth with diesel.
I wanted to make a correction on the flame retardant. So, okay. Gail Croak, OEHHA. I just wanted to mention that the chlorinated tris compound that I mentioned, I actually said the wrong one. The one that is showing up a lot and used in furniture foam is the tris 1,3-dichloro-2-propylphosphate.
And I also, Rachel Roisman, OEHHA, wanted to encourage the panel to keep in mind that there is still this sort of new chemical group in the DTSC labs as part of the CDC agreement, and if there are chemicals that are, not currently planned for development, for instance, the phosphate, flame retardants, or others that you would particularly like to see the program focus on, this would be very helpful for us to receive that input from you.
Dr. Solomon?
Well, one obvious candidate then might be some of these tris phosphate chemicals, recognizing that they are a different chemical class, so it's going to be a chunk, fair amount of work for the lab, but that those might be of interest. And then the other that popped out at me as not planned is the short-chain chlorinated paraffins, which actually Mr. Baltz mentioned that Lisa Jackson listed some priorities that EPA has identified in her talk last week, and actually the short-chain chlorinated paraffins are now toward the top of EPA's priority list, and might be something where some information development could be useful here in California as well.
To follow up on that question, would some of the phosphate, brominated and chlorinated phosphates be able to be bundled, or would they need to be analyzed separately? And maybe add on also the issue of the short chain paraffins.
Let me just, Mirto Petreas, DTSC. When we put this in the proposal, it was tied to obtaining the new instrument, the time of flight mass spectrometer, and this is to really look at truly unknown chemicals, not to go after certain ones that we already know about, but what could be there that nobody has ever thought about. So that was the intent, and that's on the last year of the project, so we have time by that time to maybe have other priorities. But the intent was to really look at unknowns, new chemicals.
Yeah.
Now, in response to your question of whether the phosphates, we haven't looked into them. I'm sure there will be methods, and many of them can be grouped together, but certainly they're not grouped with the PBDs that we're doing now. Or, for example, the HBCD, the hexachlorobromododecane, requires a totally different instrumentation, but it goes together with the TBBPA. So there are certain ones that can be grouped together, but so far we haven't had resources to look into them.
Dr. O'Shea and then Dr. Wilson.
Peter said you cannot bind them together. Recently, I think Professor Tom Webster from University of Boston, he suggests some of these chemicals should be looked at the urine, look at the metabolite. So that's maybe quite different than the PBD. You're looking for the serums.
Dr. Wilson?
It's just a clarifying question. Are we seeking input now on determining additional chemicals of interest, or are we just focusing on flame retardants?
Basically your input on chemicals of interest. And I mean, I think what Dr. Petraeus mentioned is also very interesting. Right. So your input on that as an approach, to me, that's sounds very promising thing to do. So just general discussion, and also maybe more discussion of the other thing. And I'm not sure if we said this, but just to be clear, this is commenting on the CDC proposal, but we're also talking about looking further out as well. Mm-hmm. So supposing we come across another source of funding, we would like to know, okay, if you have more funding, we'd be really interested in these chemicals. So we have that, as information that we can use in forming proposals. Right. That would be very helpful as well.
Great. So I guess what I would add to that is that, one of the things that that Lisa Jackson also pointed out, very clearly in her remarks here in San Francisco, where there's structural problems with the gathering of information on both hazard and exposure in the U.S. that are the legacy of the Toxic Substances Control Act, and that the administration is, quite focused on addressing those data gaps, and that's going to happen potentially fairly soon. And California, of course, under AB 1879 is at least by statute expected to do that as well. And so I would suggest that as that as information begins to become more robust, both on hazard and exposure, and perhaps uniquely for California, that there will be, I think, opportunities for us to begin focusing on additional chemicals of concern that become clear, and that it's in the next year or two. And so I guess I don't want to close off the possibility that we have the possibility of focusing on those substances that rise to the top as data becomes more robust, as those processes both federally and here in California roll out.
Dr. Quint.
Julia Quint. I was going to mention another source of information or something that's unique to California. And again, it's the continuing, substitution of chemicals based on based on reducing VOC limits. We have a unique situation where we are actually, the market is responding to California's, need to make the air clean, especially in Southern California. So we are almost on a continual basis. New chemicals are being introduced. We just had one, dimethyl carbonate, down in the South Coast that was introduced that potentially could have had long-term health problems. So I think for us, if particularly in California, we have a situation where we need to pay attention to new chemicals that are being substituted in, because the local air quality management districts are making regulations that prohibit or ban use of existing chemicals in certain industrial sectors. So it's and it is unique to California. Certain chemicals are used, continue to be used in other parts of the country that can't be used here. So that's just another thing for us to pay attention to that's unique.
Yeah. Dr. Wilson?
Yeah, Mike Wilson. And just to follow that up, I'm just completely in agreement with Dr. Quint on this, that in particular, we have very little understanding of the substances that are forming the material basis and the chemical basis for clean energy technologies, for new building technologies, LEED standard, and so forth. And the information that we are becoming, that is becoming clear, is that there's a whole set of toxic materials that are used in those technologies. So, for example, we dealt with, in fact, with Dr. Quint, with HESIS, with hexane acetone blends used in the vehicle repair industry, and the sequelae for that being automotive repair mechanics with peripheral neuropathy and so forth here in the Bay Area. So it's now, what we've learned is that that the adhesive that's used in insulating mechanical systems in commercial buildings for water and air ducting, water pipes and air ducting, that adhesive is formulated with hexane and acetone and about 10% toluene, and used in indoor spaces with poor ventilation, and that those work practices requiring insulation and weatherization and so forth, the demand for that kind of work is going to grow. And so it's just an example of new chemical hazards that we're going to witness that are probably going to be emerging first in California with our climate change initiatives and so forth, that we need to be paying attention to, I think in this program as well, that we're going to see these rolling out in the next couple of years even.
Sarah Hoover, OEHHA. Yeah, I just wanted to let people know that Gail Kroick is our lead for chemical selection, and I think it would be really great if any of you hear, like, a new chemical's being introduced, if you could send that information to Gail. And for the listening audience, her email is gkrowick, so GKROWECH @oehha.ca.gov. So please feel free to continue to send those suggestions, and we'll be tracking, emerging chemicals over time, and certainly can bring those chemicals to the panel as they rise to the attention in California.
Dr. Solomon?
I just wanted to speak to what Dr. Petraeus mentioned, because I thought it was very helpful to understand what DTSC's vision is for the end of the 5-year grant period. And so just to clarify, my understanding is that then you would be basically, does this mean you would be screening blood for unknowns and then trying to figure out what those unknowns are? And if so, I think that's a great use of the money and would actually sort of provisionally withdraw my suggestions for other chemicals to put in the queue. Though, of course, I still do think that it would be great to, look at the short-chain chlorinated paraffins and some of the other flame retardants. But that would, require additional resources. And I think that looking for unknowns is probably more interesting and important.
Mr. Petraeus, DTSC, the short answer is yes. That's the intent, to screen for unknowns.
Ulrika Luder, I actually also wanted to say the same thing, that I think that that would be a great use of the funds to be able to identify true unknowns. I mean, this is something that the panel at several meetings had discussed, that this is something that we think would be important and would like to be able to do, and it had sounded like it wouldn't be possible, but I think that would be great.
To clarify, to look for unknowns for which method development may be needed after that, but it's looking ahead. Mr. Petraeus.
Any other questions or comments from panel members? Okay, and it's just about the time that was scheduled for lunch. So I think we can, at this point then, since there's no more discussion items from the panel members, break for lunch. We have 1 hour scheduled for lunch. It's 12:33. Why don't we say 1:35? We'll return and start with the afternoon session. Okay, thank you. With the afternoon's presentations, there are just a couple of items. One of them is just to please remind I want to remind everyone to please speak into the microphone and to speak up, including myself again. And then also, Dr. Lipset had very kindly agreed to see if he could come back with the panel this afternoon with some additional information about the status of diesel biomarker development at ARB. So, Dr. Lipset.
Can you hear me okay? All right. Well, Dr. Denton, thank you for that suggestion. I was able to participate in ARB's fall potluck during lunch. And I talked with their research division staff about where the search for a diesel biomarker fits in their research plan. And even though they had solicited a couple of pre-proposals about this last year, it did not reach a high enough priority within their overall research plan development, so they did not fund development of diesel biomarkers. And they are actually still in the process of wanting to identify unique chemical signatures for diesel airborne markers, much less biomarkers. It's still very much of a regulatory priority for ARB, but it does not sound like we're going to be getting any funding from them to do this sort of work in the near future. One of the other things that they did mention too, and this goes along with what Dr. McCone was saying earlier, is that there is going to be kind of a paradigm shift in diesel exposures with the new controls that ARB has instituted as of 2007 in terms of having particle filters and their new NOx controls. The emissions that we're going to be seeing for newer diesels are going to be much, much lower over the course of the next 10, 15 years. And so any kind of biomarker that we would have wanted to look at that would have been good, say, a few years ago may no longer be appropriate to try and identify in the future. But this brings me to another point that I wanted to make. I understood that you passed the resolution while I was upstairs having lunch with ARB about diesel. And I'm going to give you a sort of an unofficial personal opinion about this because we haven't, as a program, had an opportunity to discuss this fully. But I think asking the program to develop a method to look for a diesel biomarker is a big research project that we, at least for the foreseeable future, really don't have the bandwidth to do. I mean, it's going to be a huge process to be able to ramp up and develop methods for chemicals that we know we're going to be that we know we want to identify, priority chemicals that you've already recommended to us. And I think in terms of trying to develop a diesel biomarker, we have to figure out, well, what is it that we want to even look at, much less develop the markers for. And this is the kind of thing that I think that the program would have a lot of difficulty trying to incorporate, and it would have to come at the expense of developing other methods to identify chemicals that you're really interested in. And I don't mean any disrespect to the panel by this, but I think you're asking something that really would be very, very difficult for us to try and undertake. So, and there's one other thing I wanted to add to this too. The other pre-proposal that was submitted to ARB last year was one that involved looking at people who were undergoing controlled exposures to diesel exhaust, which would be an ideal way to look for potential diesel biomarkers. I don't know what happened to that. It was a collaborative of a couple of research groups in California and I think Battelle. And that is something that I could look into and try and find out where that is, and we could report that to you at your next meeting. But again, I think this is something that really is beyond our capabilities at this point to undertake.
Thank you, Dr. Lipset.
Can't hear you. Your mic's off.
Oh, I pushed it. Sorry. Do we have time for any quick responses from the panel? Yes? Okay, go ahead. Any panel members like to respond?
Sure.
Dr. Quint?
Julia Quinn, thank you, Michael, for that perspective, because we aren't, I mean, there are many limitations in government service, and taking on a research, development of a research methodology, I'm sure it would really stretch staff. I did agree to the motion. I thought we were asking to look into whether or not a method existed and whether or not it could be used, as opposed to development of a method. So I think there's a little confusion, at least on this panel members, for me, about what we actually were asking of staff. So maybe we should just clarify that, because Peter, it's been a while since Peter gave us his very good presentation on what was available and some of the difficulties, and I frankly don't remember any of the particulars. So I think we could, all benefit from just getting a status report on where things are and what other people have done, because anyway, because I agree with you.
Yeah, I think a status report on where things stand in the in research into what would be an appropriate biomarker is something that is eminently doable, and we can report back to you at the next meeting about that. But actually embarking on a research project, I just want to make sure that that's really clear, that we don't really have that capability.
Dr. Kavanaugh-Lynch?
Well, I apologize because I feel like I opened this can of worms earlier, but the reason I did is because I saw diesel exhaust on our list as a method to be developed later, and not under not planned, but later. And most of the other things that are listed as later are on this chart of things that are going to be done during CDC. So I was really asking, well, how come that's the one that's not on there? I might suggest that maybe that should get changed from later to not planned, if that is indeed the case on the public documents.
Okay, you know what? Why don't we address that? We need to talk about this internally and then address it when we give you the update at the next meeting. Does that sound fair? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Wilson?
Okay. Well, yeah, Mike Wilson. My intent in making the motion was that, sort of consistent with what Dr. Quint was saying, that recommending that staff identify biomarker of exposure and a laboratory method. But I think the word develop is in there, and so that would require, obviously, a research project to develop it. And it would, as you said, it's going to exceed what it's going to require too much to do that. So I don't know if you want to just restate it, if you want to do that, to the chair, if to make it clearer. Yeah,
Dr. Alexeyev.
Hi, George Alexeyev with OEHHA. So we could take out the word develop.
Right.
And this is what, if we did do that, this is what the motion would be. The panel recommends that program staff take steps to identify a biomarker of exposure to diesel exhaust and a laboratory method for its identification and biomonitoring studies.
I think that's a fine clarification.
Are you making a motion? Is that a motion to change the recommendation?
Yeah, that my motion would be to accept the text that Dr. Alexeyev has read.
Would someone like
I'll second it.
And then do we need Dr. Kavanaugh?
Okay, I'm not going to apologize for this. All these other things have, we are developing methods. To say we don't want to develop a method, I'm having a problem with the wording. And because we are developing methods for other things. So it's perhaps because those have identified methods that could be developed. I just would suggest that we clarify the wording.
Yeah, I think that the ambiguity here is that for these other chemicals that we're going to be developing methods for, we know what we're looking for. For diesel, we don't know specifically what would represent a unique chemical signature for diesel exposure. So that's the part that may be difficult initially. And as I mentioned with this other pre-proposal that had been submitted to ARB, where there were individuals who had blood samples drawn before and after being exposed to diesel in a controlled environment, that's like an ideal way to try and identify a biomarker. We don't have those kinds of samples accessible to us at this point, and we'd have to try and figure out a way to get people sort of before and after exposure. I mean, it's a very expensive proposition, very time-consuming, very heavy-duty research project that, as I said before, we simply don't have the capacity to do at this point.
So is the clarification development of a biomarker versus development of a method for measurement of something you already, of the marker you already have identified?
I think that's right. I mean, we know what we're looking for with these others, like with the PBDEs. We know what the BD47 is. I mean, those methods are already developed, but say for some of the newer flame retardants, we know what it is we're going to be looking for. With diesel, we don't know. We have to identify what is the appropriate chemical first. That's the research project. Then once you know, then developing the methods would be something that would presumably the labs would be able to do. But we don't know what the appropriate biomarker is at this point.
Julia Quinn, I think that's the point of confusion for me, and not remembering Peter Flessel's talk is, part of the stumbling block here, because I thought that we did have identified a reasonable, not that it's been widely used, but that research had pointed in a certain direction, and there was a lot of promise in terms of a particular specific biomarker. So my understanding was that, that there was such a fingerprint for diesel that was much more specific.
Yeah, I think he was talking about specific nitroaromatics, but there were three potential sets of biomarkers that he was talking about that people were looking into.
Right.
But none of them really has been identified as having a unique diesel profile to our knowledge.
Okay.
And again, we can have a more extensive discussion about this at the next meeting when we actually know what we're talking about. I mean, when we've looked and sort of scoured the literature and talked to researchers in other parts of the country who may be looking at this kind of thing.
But I think the point that Dr. Kavanaugh brought up is the point of clarification. When we use the word develop a method, that we are more precise in terms of defining what that means, you know, developing a method for something that has already been identified. Because we're talking about, you know, unknown peaks down the line in year 5 and things like that. So I think it's really important somewhere for there to exist a better definition of what development of a method means more precisely, at least for some of us, as we come up with all of these chemicals. Anyway.
Okay.
Rachel Roisman, OEHHA. It sounds very clear to me that you definitely want to hear an update at the next meeting about where, and at that point it will have been just over a year since we last talked about diesel in detail. So we could certainly give you an update about where things stand, and discuss the feasibility of us, you know, continuing to pursue it. And I think that that's certainly reasonable. I did want to ask the panel to consider. We do have some guest speakers who are going to be speaking this afternoon, and I know at least one of them has to leave before the meeting's over. There may be more time to talk about this at the end of the day, but.
Okay. So the question then at this point really I think would be to the panel whether we agree with the revised recommendation and we can just agree to that now, or whether we should go on until and have more of a discussion about this at the end of the day. Does anyone object to deciding now?
I would propose that we just move on to other issues.
All right. Does everyone agree to moving on? Okay, we'll move on. All right. So then to actually get back to our agenda for the afternoon, and we apologize for being off schedule. The first presentation of the afternoon is on the Maternal Infant Environmental Exposure Project, and Dr. Tracy Woodruff, Associate Professor at the University of California, San Francisco, will be presenting that. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tracy Woodruff. I'm from the University of California, San Francisco. I'm in the Department of Obstetrics, Gynecology, and Reproductive Sciences, and I run the program on reproductive health in the environment. And I'm going to be presenting to you today the Maternal Infant Environmental Exposure Project, which was already mentioned this morning in Rupa's presentation. It's a very exciting collaboration that we have ongoing with the state, with UCSF, and with UC Berkeley. The project intends to fulfill some of the goals of the biomonitoring legislation. It's community-based in that we are focusing on pregnant women and their infants, and we will be looking at a population within the San Francisco city. It will also focus on identifying potential sources of exposure for some constituents or chemicals that we will be biomonitoring for. And there will also be a component that is currently planned for reporting back results to the individuals in the study. The other thing I wanted to mention about this study is because we're planning it now, it's a prospective study. And so that also makes it very exciting and interesting. And as you heard this morning, there has been a lot of great work on the part of the staff from California. They've secured some money from the CDC for a cooperative agreement to bring in resources into the biomonitoring program. There is some subset of those resources that will go towards the funds that will be used to basically do the pilot study for the MEEP project. And so I'm going to talk through a few more of the specifics on some of the protocols that we have planned for the MEEP project, with a few more of the details that we have been discussing. I will note that this is all currently in progress, so we have a outline of how we are going to be moving forward on this research project, but the details are still being worked out. I'd also like to point out that there are 2 sources of funding for this project, and the 2 sources of funding currently fund different aspects of the research project. The first, as I mentioned, is from the CDC Cooperative Agreement. It is also because the state obviously has very restricted resources. The staff from the state have gone out to seek funding from other sources, and it is through their great effort that they have made contact with the California Wellness Foundation. We have submitted a proposal by invitation to the California Wellness Foundation to supplement the CDC money, which will be used to enhance some of the work that we're going to be doing, or we're proposing to doing under this research protocol. So just to orient you to what we'll be doing, what is currently there's funding for in place, and then what we are hoping to do under the funding from the Wellness Foundation are the pilot study objectives on this slide. The CDC cooperative agreement will fund a biomonitoring pilot study of what we're hoping is at least 50 mothers and their newborn infants for exposure to toxic chemicals, and I'll talk a little bit more in detail about that. The Wellness Foundation will expand upon this basic structure to develop and implement a questionnaire to attempt to identify sources for select chemicals that are being biomonitored in the study. There will also be a protocol developed for informing participants of their biomonitoring results. And as we have put into the Wellness Foundation, we are hoping to spend some portion of the time not only developing the analysis of the results for use by the state, but also to digest that a little bit to inform policymakers, opinion leaders, and others in the state about what we find from the pilot study and what are those implications for environmental health of residents in California. So the pilot study approach is to, we are working with the San Francisco General Hospital Women's Health Center. UCSF is very fortunate to be associated with the General Hospital. It is run by UCSF, and so we are working with faculty as well in the Department of OBGYN to work with us on the study. I'll describe this in a little more detail on a later slide, but the San Francisco General serves a very ethnically diverse population, and they are primarily lower SES. So we're very excited about the potential for what we're going to be embarking on in this study. The cooperative agreement also funds collection, processing, and shipping of biological specimens for women who are enrolled in the study. Our plan is to enroll women, which I'll talk a little bit more, during their third trimester. One of the challenges in doing this type of study is we're trying to decrease the time from when we start the study to when you actually get to hear about the results. And obviously people are hopefully pregnant for 9 months. So if we try and capture them towards the end of the pregnancy, we are hoping to shorten some of that time between the beginning of the study and when we might see some results, because there's many steps along the way that we have to complete before we can actually tell people what we found from this. We'll be collecting a urine sample during the third trimester. You'll note that we are targeting 100 women to enroll into the study. The other complicating factor about doing this study is you cannot predict when someone is going to have a baby. So this means that there's a little bit of a moving target on our resource allocation. We have enough resources to do this study, but we probably don't have enough resources to have somebody on call 24/7 when people might be having their babies. We have to be into the clinic, into the delivery room after the baby is delivered to collect the samples that have to be processed within 4 hours. So you can see this has some logistical challenges to it, which we will be working out through the pilot study, but we're anticipating that that may reduce the number of cord bloods we collect. We will then, as part of the CDC, measure and compare levels of chemicals in the pregnant women and their infants. This came up this morning. The analysis has been planned to be done by the state and possibly by CDC. There's some flux in who may be doing the analysis for this pilot study. We could talk about that. And then there will be data analysis and report generation. Now, the Wellness Foundation, for which we have been, the state was invited to submit a proposal to supplement the work that's being done through the CDC cooperative agreement. UCSF is the PI on that. It will add these 3 other pieces to the CDC work. That would be develop a questionnaire on sources of exposure to select chemicals. The goal of the, well, I'll talk about this in a minute, but the goal is to have a questionnaire that will be administered for no more than an hour to the women who are enrolled in this study. That means that we have to there's lots of chemicals that we can analyze, but we can't ask about all the sources because there's just not enough time to do that. So that means there has to be some choices made in what will be the focus of the questionnaire. The other exciting feature of this, which is a prominent part of the application to the Wellness Foundation, is to develop a protocol for informing participants of their biomonitoring results. I'll talk a little bit more about this in one of the other slides, but there will be 2 phases of this project. The project is being run by UC Berkeley. Rachel Morello-Frosch is the PI on this. She's a lot of expertise in how to do report back of results. There will be some usability tests, and then we also plan as part of the project to do in-home visits that will have some type of interview and some feedback on how that goes. Also part of the Wellness Foundation will be results communication. We hope to publish this in the peer-reviewed literature. There will obviously be reports that will be part of working with the state. There is interest, obviously, to identify what are the best practices for communicating results as we learn through, as this study unfolds. And there will be communication to some of the key constituents who are interested in this results of the study, including policymakers and other audiences. So this is a rough estimate of what the population looks like that is served by the General. The General serves only residents of San Francisco. As I said earlier, the population is quite diverse. Over 60% are Latina, 20% African American, about 12% Caucasian, a little less than 10 are Asian or Pacific Islander. The General has about 1,200 births per year. The patients tend to be low income. They tend to be uninsured. They're not, it's not all uninsured, but there are a large number of patients who go there who are uninsured. The population is relatively low literacy, so this will be a challenge for developing the questionnaire. And more than half are primary Spanish speakers. So as you can imagine, this is going to be something slightly different than what other biomonitoring studies perhaps have been doing in the past. So the process that we have proposed, as I said, is to recruit women during the 3rd trimester. So this will decrease the time that it takes us to get to the collection of the cord bloods. Essentially, we will identify women through, we're working with Dr. Naomi Stotland, who is one of the attending physicians at the clinic. We will be looking through the patient records to identify women in their 3rd trimester. We will identify when they're coming in. We'll approach them, ask them to participate in the study. On the 2nd visit, prior to when they deliver, we will have them come in and complete a 1-hour interview based on the questionnaire that's developed. We will also collect a urine sample at that time. The questionnaire implementation is contingent upon the funding from the Wellness Foundation. We will then be marking the charts and having a follow-up at delivery. So when they come in for delivery, we will hopefully be able to catch them at delivery. We will go into the delivery room, collect a blood sample, which will be taken actually prior to delivery as part of normal routine care, and collecting the cord blood after the baby is delivered. The other complicating feature which I mentioned is that the bloods and urines will all be initially processed at UCSF and shipped to the state for further processing, but the processing that we do at UCSF will have to occur within 4 hours of collection to ensure that we accurately capture the particular analytes that we're interested in. So that's another wrinkle in how we implement the protocol. After we collect the biological samples, they will, as I said, they'll be sent to the state. The state will do their post-processing. The state will analyze them for particular analytes, which I will be talking about, the draft list that we have proposed currently. Some of them may be sent to CDC. It can take anywhere from 3 months to over a year to get back the results on the analytes, depending on which analyte. One of our goals, as I said in the beginning for the study, is to try and decrease the time from when we start to when we might start get results from the pilot study. So in that scenario, there are some analytes that are going to be more attractive to analyze than others, and I'll note those when I go through the list. There has been some discussion, as Diana brought up, that we may only use the state lab for this pilot study, and that would then change the types of analytes that we would be able to analyze, since the lab only has capacity for a certain set of panels, which were discussed this morning. Now, the participants will be asked if they would like to receive their results back. That would be one last contact with the participants for the report back. This piece of the project, again, is contingent on funding from the Wellness Foundation. This part of the project will be done in 2 phases. There'll be one phase where the materials will be developed and tested on a group of women that are demographically similar but hypothetical. So it'll be hypothetical results, and there'll be non-pregnant women, and the results will be tested twice, given the first time, and then how the results were received will be analyzed, and they'll be retested. And then the final report back will occur with the actual participants in their home, if they desire. So the next steps for where we are going with this study is, first thing, well, one of the first things we need to do is to determine the chemicals of interest. You've already had some discussion about this morning. I will show you a slide which is in your handout, which has the draft list that we proposed to the California Wellness Foundation. We haven't made any final decisions on this list of chemicals. Obviously, your feedback will be very important in this. And then, again, if we decide that the pilot study will collect biological samples and those samples will be analyzed all by the state, that will necessarily limit the number of samples that we are able to, or the number of analytes we're able to look at. Some of the criteria we've been considering when we're thinking about which chemicals to select are very similar to ones that have already been mentioned. Public health importance, chemicals that pose a risk to early development. Will we be able to look at those chemicals and compare them to data that's been collected through NHANES? And then, because we have this diverse population, is it possible that we may see racial and ethnic differences for some of the chemical analytes that we're proposing to analyze? I've given you an outline of how we're going to be proceeding with the study. We have to develop a more complete protocol for that. We, of course, have to go through IRB, which will take some time. Developing the questionnaire will, of course, be very challenging because we have to select which chemicals are we going to focus on, and then develop the questionnaire. Has to be tested, obviously, because we need to make sure that it meets the literacy needs of the population that we will be interviewing, and then we have to translate it into Spanish. We need to define the data analysis plan. As you can imagine, it's very complicated. We only have 50 women, 50 infants, and 10 panels with over 100 chemicals. As you can see that the number of pieces of data that we have to analyze grows in complexity quite quickly, and so coming up with different ways to do the data analysis is another one of our challenges. And then we also have the recruitment materials. Of course, when we recruit these women, we need to give them information about the study, what we will be finding, and then other types of things that they may be interested in, because obviously if we're talking about chemicals that pregnant women are exposed to and their babies, they may have some questions about just these chemicals in general and what are some of the things that they should be concerned about. So here's the draft list of chemicals, thank you, that we had put forth in the wellness proposal. This represents a mix of chemicals that can be analyzed by the state and by CDC if the state so chooses to invoke the cooperative agreement arrangement they have with CDC. It's cotinine, environmental phenols, heavy metals. We have a category of high-use pesticides, PCBs, perchlorate, nitrate, and thiocyanate, phthalates, PBDEs, perfluorinated chemicals, and then we reserved a spot for something that is new or emerging chemical of concern that we thought would be interesting to look at, but we hadn't anticipated as part of this panel. The things that are starred are those analytes that the state can analyze. So, for example, under the environmental phenols, as you heard this morning, they can do bisphenol A and triclosan. CDC is also doing benzophenone 3 as part of that environmental phenol panel. So, and under the high-use pesticides, The state can do some organophosphates and some pyrethroids. And then also the other thing is that we have PBDEs as number 8, but as the state said, this also could be just a larger group of flame retardants in general. So that could also be modified. So some of the challenges of doing this are that we're working across 3 different, well, I'm going to say the state is one institution, but there are many institutions actually within the state. But let's just say the state is one institution, and then UCSF, and of course UCSF has its own internal institutions, and then UC Berkeley. So we have to work across multiple institutions to make this study happen because of the complexities of the study design. Obviously, participant recruitment and questionnaire administration is going to be another area where it will be challenging. And then collecting the blood, the cord blood, and processing, we're still working through how that is going to happen. I would also point out that UCSF, we have to work with the clinic staff. The clinic staff are primarily there to facilitate interactions with patients. We have been very fortunate that we have great clinicians at the General who have been very excited to work with us on this study, and so we feel that that's really going to help facilitate the study, but we have to be mindful about working with their own constraints, not only budgetary, but their patient flow constraints. So this just lists the key collaborators. Of course, there's all the staff who are from the CECBP program. UC Berkeley, the primary PIs are Rachel Morello-Frosch, as I mentioned, and Holly Brown-Williams, who's also been working with us on this project. And then from UCSF, myself, Jackie Schwartz, who will be coordinating the study at our end, and Dr. Naomi Stotland, who is the co-PI and clinician who's working with us from the General. And then I'd also like to mention Dr. Rebecca Jackson, because she manages clinic flow at the prenatal clinic and is a very important participant, even though she's not receiving any resources from any of the funding. And with that, I'd be happy to entertain any questions or suggestions for the study.
Great. Thank you for that wonderful presentation.
Yeah.
It sounds like a very exciting study, and I'm sure all the panel members agree with me, thanking you and all the CECBP staff who've also worked so hard on putting this together. I believe Dr. Culver had a question.
What are the scientific questions that the full study is intended to answer?
Well, right now, the focus of the study is primarily to ask the question, what are the levels of chemicals in pregnant women and their infants in a population within the state of California?
Why?
Well, that is part of what this was entered into as part of the mandate from the biomonitoring program. We do not currently have any other types of scientific, sort of more other hypothesis-driven studies from this population. I mean, there's obviously many different questions we could ask about the population. Are there particular types of birth outcomes that might be related, or certain types of clinical measurements that we might be interested in looking at? But the focus has on this project is to just ask the question, what are the levels of chemicals in the pregnant women and the infants? And Diana looks like she wants to say something.
This is Diana from CDPH. This is following up on presentations previously in regards to pilot kinds of community investigations in particular that the program could carry on, and providing descriptive information as opposed to hypothesis testing studies. So as you recall, probably there was a recommendation from the scientific guidance panel to further explore how a paired maternal infant kind of study could be carried out. And we've been reporting on progress towards obtaining resources to carry that out, and the CDC cooperative agreement allows some initial funding for the participant recruitment and biospecimen collection, and we have reported in previous meetings about our proposed collaborations discussions with the UCSF Program on Reproductive Health and the Environment.
This is a methodology study. It would be kind of nice if it also had a scientific purpose.
At this point, I think we're hoping that when we mount the full 500-person study, that will include more of a scientific basis. This pilot is really intended to allow us to develop the field protocols, test our instruments, et cetera, in preparation for the larger study, as well as gather some initial descriptive data on the chemical exposures.
Dr. Quint?
Julia Quint. I think this will be a very important pilot study for all the reasons that I think the biomonitoring program is important because, and I was delighted to see that one of the things, one of the objectives is to inform policymakers and opinion people, to tell people about this study in a way that we can start to help to ensure prevention. I'm not sure what you will find. It will, certainly, as much as a pilot can do that, will answer questions about what's in people's bodies. And to the extent that these exposures are higher than what you would find in NHANES for a general population, we can start to have maybe some targeted outreach about how to reduce exposures. So I think for me, in a public health sense, I think it could provide very important information and information that for action, something that people could do to help improve health over a period of time. And for policymakers to address things that people don't have the power to really change by themselves. So, and it's not focused on whether or not there's going to be an adverse outcome in the future, but some of these things in terms of development and events down the line, we don't capture well in surveillance programs. So I think this is the beginning of doing hazard identification and then hopefully prevention. So for me, I don't know if that's scientific, but it certainly has a big public health potential.
Right. I would. It's a little tricky because 50 is it's a good number, but it's hard to say if we'll be able to see anything definitive. I would say one of the other things that we are interested in looking at, and obviously will be of interest to the scientific community as well as the public, is what are the levels that we find in the infants and what's the relationship that we see between the levels in the pregnant women and the infants. So it gives us some type of idea about the possibility, the implications for in utero exposures. So,
Dr. McCone?
Tom McCone. This is sort of a comment. I don't know how much you can really address it, but the infant's within the mother and the mother's within the home, and you're really looking at the infant and the mother, but skipping the next
measurements that we might be interested in looking at. But the focus on this project is to just ask the question: what are the levels of chemicals in the pregnant women and the infants? And Diana looks like she wants to say something.
This is Diana from CDPH. This is following up on presentations previously in regards to pilot kinds of community investigations in particular that the program could carry on and providing descriptive information as opposed to hypothesis testing studies. So as you recall, probably there was a recommendation from the scientific guidance panel to further explore how a paired maternal infant kind of study could be carried out. And we've been reporting on progress towards obtaining resources to carry that out, and the CDC cooperative agreement allows some initial funding for the for the participant recruitment and biospecimen collection, and we have reported in previous meetings about our proposed collaborations discussions with the UCSF Program on Reproductive Health and the Environment.
This is a methodology study. It would be kind of nice if it also had a scientific purpose.
At this point, I think we're hoping that when we mount the full 500-person study, that will include more of a scientific basis. This pilot is really intended to allow us to develop the field protocols, test our instruments, et cetera, in preparation for the larger study, as well as gather some initial descriptive data on the chemical exposures.
Dr. Quint?
Julia Quint. I think this will be a very important pilot study for all the reasons that I think the biomonitoring program is important, because and I was delighted to see that one of the things, one of the objectives is to inform policymakers and opinion people, you know, to tell people about this study in a way that we can start to help to ensure prevention. I'm not sure what you will find. It will, you know, certainly in as much as a pilot can do that, will answer questions about what's, you know, what's in people's bodies. And to the extent that these exposures are higher than what you would find in NHANES for a general population, we can start to have maybe some targeted outreach about how to reduce exposures. So I think for me, I mean, in a public health sense, I think it could provide very important information, and information that for action, you know, something that people could do to help improve health over a period of time. And for policymakers to address things that people don't have the power to really change by themselves. So, and it's not focused on whether or not there's going to be an adverse outcome in the future, but some of these things in terms of development and you know, events down the line, we don't capture well in surveillance programs. So I think this is the beginning of doing hazard identification and then hopefully prevention. So for me, I don't know if that's scientific, but it certainly has a big public health potential.
Right. I mean, I would. It's a little tricky because, you know, 50 is it's a good number, but it's hard to say if we'll be able to see anything definitive. I would say one of the other things that we are interested in looking at, and obviously will be of interest to the scientific community as well as the public, is what are the levels that we find in the infants, and what's the relationship that we see between the levels in the pregnant women and the infants. So it gives us some type of idea about the possibility, the implications for in utero exposures. So,
Dr. McCone? Tom McCone. This is sort of a comment. I don't know how much you can really address it, but you know, the infant's within the mother and the mother's within the home, and you're really looking at the infant and the mother, but skipping the next boundary chemically. Mm-hmm. And I just, you know, I know the questionnaires will give you insight, but is there any way that even partnering with somebody who could put in, you know, there's some of these passive meters that will soak up the very low vapor pressure chemicals over a week or so. And I mean, there are wipes, dust samples, which aren't as good. I mean, ideally, if you had a passive monitor in the home, you might be able to see some of these chemicals. And maybe not for this study, but for the longer term. Because I know it's very frustrating to use questionnaires to infer, you know, what the chemical composition of the next layer is. That's a very important layer. The residential environment can be very important as a source for many. I mean, many of the chemicals on your list are probably very easy to detect in the residential environment.
Yes, that's an excellent point. And as you alluded to, it also requires some extra resources to be able to either go into the home or ask people to take things home that they could, you know, do something with, to either through sampling or wipes or whatever. It has been something that we've discussed as kind of an add-on feature. I'm not, you know, given that we've been very focused on just putting together the study and trying to figure out how we're going to get in the clinic and do all those types of things, we haven't really had enough, I guess as Michael Lipsa would say, bandwidth to sort of focus on that other piece of it, which clearly is important because it gets to the prevention part. It will be great to be able to measure these chemicals in people, but if we don't really know where they're coming from, we'll have a little bit of a tricky problem in trying to recommend, particularly when we're talking about the report back about, well, what can people do to reduce their exposures? So we're mindful, but we don't currently, we don't have any immediate plans to do that, but it's certainly something that we are thinking about, I guess is how I would put it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, this is Farla Kaufman, OEHHA, and we talked a little bit about this morning. And Tom, when you talked about at one or two previous meetings about modeling some of these issues, I mean, that really resonates. So if we could get the resources, the graduate students, the studies, the people interested, as Tracy said, we haven't had the bandwidth, we haven't had the resources to focus on those kinds of issues. now we're starting to say, we really need to do this now that we have a little bit of breathing room, and we would definitely appreciate any resources, any directions that you could help with, people who might be interested in working on it with us. Because I think it's also just a perfect opportunity for people out there. It's a wonderful project, and it would be ideal to get involved and be able to get those samples, the environmental samples, people looking at modeling of specific exposures from that, and the questionnaire. So,
Dr. Solomon, and then Dr. Quinn.
Yes, thank you so much for that presentation, and I'm very enthusiastic about this study. It's exactly along the lines of what this panel was, I think, envisioning and recommending when we suggested, moving forward with maternal-infant pairs as a high priority for a pilot project. And my question, I actually have two questions. One is, you mentioned in terms of the report back that the full sort of all bells and whistles report back was contingent upon the additional Wellness Foundation funding. And I just wanted to hear a little bit about what the report back would be like in the event that that funding doesn't come through. I certainly hope it does. But, as you know, as part of this program, we do have to provide report back anyway. And so just sort of curious what that would look like. The other question I had is about, and this may be a bandwidth issue as well, whether there's a plan to do presentations to or reach out to some of the local community groups, environmental justice groups, et cetera, that work in the catchment area of SFGH.
Did you want to, you seem like you want to answer the first one about the report back. Do you want me to say something about the report back? The current plan right now is under the CDC funding is only to do biological specimen collection. So there wouldn't be any report back unless we get the Wellness Foundation funding. And then in terms of the community-based groups, yes, I agree with you. That's very important. We've been trying to, first take on this was to go to some people at the clinic. There's a clinic across the street that serves, that the Department of OBGYN also works with, that serves some of the people in that population. It's possible that they may be a resource, but we haven't quite figured out exactly which groups to work with. And of course, I think that's an important aspect that you're talking about, is that would be a good feature is to, when we go out to talk about the results, is to include some of those groups that are served by the general. So.
Yeah, and the Wellness Foundation will obviously supply the resources, do a more in-depth report back along the lines of similar to what Rachel Morello-Frosch reported in the last meeting, and building on some of her efforts as well. But regardless of whether we get the wellness funding, the legislation does require us to do a report back. So it could be something so simple as just a letter, for instance, with a phone number and a contact if they have questions. That's the minimum we would do. But we would still have some report back procedure. And with respect to the contacts with community groups and so on, that will be something that Rebecca specifically will be following up on as we plan this study, too. She doesn't know that yet.
Dr. Grant.
It's not true she was.
Julia
It's
Quinn.
ever-evolving.
You mentioned the breakdown in terms of demographics, at least racial and ethnic. Do any of these women work, or do you know the proportion that work in addition? Because that's obviously going to be an important source of exposure, or could be.
Right.
And then the second question I had is about, for the Latina population, how many might be newly immigrated, or if immigration is an issue in terms of body burden, that could also impact, which analytes are present or which ones would be of interest. So you probably aren't nearly there yet, but I don't know if the general collects information like that.
In terms of the occupational exposures, I think Julia knows, but the panel that may not know, is we have a small amount of funding from the HESIS program to do an occupational survey actually at the general with this population. So we should actually have some idea about what the state of occupational exposures are within a small sample of women from the prenatal clinic. Our preliminary discussions with the clinicians there it's not very, I wouldn't say it was very quantitative, it's sort of more anecdotal. As you can imagine, there's not a lot of manufacturing, but probably a lot of service sector type of jobs. Your second question was the immigrants. Yeah, I don't have a sense of what the breakdown is. That is will be one of the features that when the questionnaire that's being put together, we'll focus somewhat on some sources, but we'll also be collecting some of these other pieces of demographic information that we can't get from the medical chart, basically.
Tracy, I have a quick question.
Yes.
What's your timing on this project?
Well, our goal is to be starting recruitment hopefully within 6 months. So to set everything up so that we can get into the clinic in 6 months. It's a little bit ambitious because there's a lot of details that have to be worked out, but that's what we're hoping. And then the time, depending on how the funding works, we'll spend somewhere between 3 to 6 months collecting, we have to spend more than 3 months collecting biological samples, but somewhere in that time frame. And then the Wellness Foundation is a 2-year funding, so we'd be able to stretch the timelines a little bit if we were able to get that. So.
I just have a quick comment. I think this could be a resource issue, but it looks like you plan to measure some things in blood and cord blood, but also some things in maternal urine.
Yes.
And I don't know if you've considered also collecting a newborn urine sample, and then you would be able to compare the urine measurements with the newborn urine samples. And we've done it. It's not too hard, but it is another sample that requires its own protocols and effort.
Yeah. Do you collect it in the room?
We collected it in a couple days after.
A couple days after, so you have to go to their home.
But I mean, right after birth can be, it's a time when we try to stay away from people to not interfere. But
we're going to be right in there, though. Yeah. Okay.
but it's a group at Columbia as well, and it's been pretty successsul actually. And that would add a nice pair there.
Yeah, there is an issue between the urine and the blood.
Yeah.
Because you measure different things in different biological media. I mean, we can talk about it again. It's sort of a resource thing. It would have to be done in the hospital is the issue, because once they leave, it's many more resources to go out and do the collection. Right. Some women spend a day or so in the hospital, so I don't know.
It can be done with a urine bag, and it's actually not that difficult.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, we're meeting tomorrow to talk about the protocol. We'll put that on the list.
I think we have Dr. Culver and Dr. Wilson who both want to. Dr. Culver, why don't you start?
I'm still looking for additional objectives or questions that your study could answer. And because prenatal exposures and childhood cancer are very important issues, could you perhaps use questions related to that as part of your selection of the chemicals that you would do biomonitoring for?
Would the suggestion be that we select one of the criteria for when we're selecting the chemicals is to, I guess that's the criteria that is currently that the panel considers is whether it's a carcinogen or reproductive and developmental toxicant? Is that
chemicals that could possibly be related to childhood cancer?
Yeah, we could consider that as part of our criteria for selecting the chemicals.
Dr. Wilson, I think, had a question.
Yeah, thank you. And Tracy, we're just thrilled that you're heading this up at UCSF with your team at the General. And I'm wondering if you could you clarify again how you're going to approach the question of occupational exposure among the participants?
Well, I think we're going to include our hope is to include some questions on the questionnaire that will be administered under the Wellness Foundation funding. That's part of that hour-long questionnaire that the women will come in to do when we collect the urine sample. And then we would have some questions related to asking them about what their occupation was and whether there was any potential for occupational exposure. I can't tell you exactly what those questions are going to look like because the questionnaire is yet to be developed, but I believe we will have something on the questionnaire related to that issue.
You had mentioned that there was some funding from HESIS to do some aspect of that. I didn't quite understand what.
So we have some separate funding from HESIS to develop or look at the development of an occupational questionnaire for prenatal patients, which we're pilot testing actually in this population at the San Francisco General. So we're hoping that there'll be overlap between these two projects, that we can actually use the questionnaire that we've already developed in draft. And we're going to be testing it so we can see how well it works. It's a little bit long, I think, for the purposes of the MEEP study, but it could help us sort of narrow down on which questions might be most effective in identifying important occupational exposures. That's what I meant in terms of the overlap between the two projects.
Thank you. And obviously, I'm obviously really interested in those questions, and that they tend to get neglected. So anything you can do to hang on to those would be appreciated, I think.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we'll have something. It's just how detailed we'll get is sort of where we aren't quite sure yet, because we aren't sure how much detail we need or what kind of, we aren't quite sure what the occupations are of the women who are coming into the prenatal clinic. And so it could be that, there may be some one area to focus that would be most efficient in terms of capturing their occupational exposures.
Right.
So that's why it's a little bit up in the air still about in terms of what we'll be doing.
Right. Okay. Yeah, and I guess it's interesting in that might be a place where students could help if it meant sort of gathering information for sort of MSDS information and these things that could sort of help you get better data.
Yeah, we actually have a student from Berkeley working on that occupational health questionnaire. So, Margaret Glass.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Dr. Solomon has a question, and then I think we need to see whether we have public comments that were submitted, because we also have a 10-minute public comment session scheduled. Dr. Solomon?
Yeah, just to follow up on one of the points that Dr. Culver made about sort of getting more value out of the study, I just wondering, since you have such a great list of thyroid disruptors here among the chemicals of concern, what about, is there any possibility of getting TSH and T4 in these newborns?
Well, actually, they do a screen at birth, so I suppose we could work with the genetic screening branch to get those results. So, yeah, I guess that is possible.
I mean, if you could get them to draw them anyway, and then.
Well, but they're already doing the screen, right? So we ought to be able to get that.
Yeah, right.
And then
give you the results, then.
Right. So we'd have to work with them to see if they would be willing to share those results with us. So, yeah, obviously that would be very interesting. But I want to caution that we only have 50.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So.
Okay. I hit the button and it didn't go on. Are there any public comments? Any by email? No. Just one? Okay. The comment will be from Mr. Davis Spaltz from Commonweal.
Are we on? Yes, Davis Spaltz of Commonweal. Well, also, thank you very much for that presentation. Very exciting to see this coming along so quickly from an idea to look at maternal-child pairs just a few months ago to now really being on the brink of implementation. And I think, a number of the things that you are going to undertake with the wellness money are going to be very valuable. The development of the questionnaire, the protocol for informing participants of the results, and just the whole results communication issue. You'll recall that the statute does require the program to report back results if desired to study contributors, and that was a controversial aspect of the bill when it was in the legislature. We felt it was important to keep in there, and it was retained. So it is going to be something that will be sensitive and important to get right, and what you learn with this pilot project will be put to good use, I'm sure, by the program as they go on to conduct other either smaller studies or something statewide. I want to focus for a second on one of the objectives that was listed in the slides is informing policymakers, opinion leaders, and others about the study results and their implications for environmental health in California. I think we need to be rather, it's something of a delicate issue, I feel, and for someone who represents a public interest organization, I'm all for drawing as many conclusions as we can that lead us towards prevention, as Dr. Quint was mentioning. But I think it's important to keep in mind that the biomonitoring program needs to rest on a foundation of science that can be unimpeachable and respected by all parties. So once the data is collected and reported, it's important that we have these conversations with policymakers, but it's not necessarily the role of the program itself to go out and do that education. I think it may be better to leave it to other entities to carry on the conversation that the data generates. So I just want to put in a cautionary note on how policymakers will be informed of the results of this study or other things that the program undertakes, so that as we are trying to get full funding for the biomonitoring program, we avoid any accusations or implications that the program has become politicized and is using the results to push a certain policy agenda.
Thank you. Dr. Woodruff, would you like to respond to that?
Tracy Woodruff, UCSF. I'm very mindful about what you were saying in terms of providing that interpretation of the data. And I think we're looking at it, I know from our perspective, we're looking at it as how do we make sure that these complex ideas can be understood? Because if you've looked at some of these biomonitoring studies, and probably many of you have, it's a little bit hard to, it's a little bit hard to just look at all these numbers and just have thousands of pieces of data and to not be able to at least be able to say, oh, how does this levels compare? For example, one question might be, how do the levels compare to what's found in NHANES? That's just a very simple thing that has no interpretation, but may be important for people who want to know. And we want to just be able to essentially translate that information into understandable language rather than, well, the median is A and the median here is B. People don't understand that, you see. So I think that's where we're aiming towards in terms of how we make the information a little more accessible to people who care about what it says.
All right. I know we're behind, and do we have some information about whether we need to move on to the next speaker? Is there someone that needs to leave, or do we have time for more panel discussion at this point? Okay.
We would still like to get the panel input on the chemicals to be included in this study.
Any panel members who would like to start on that issue?
Yeah, I just would, we have a list that we put in the proposal to the Wellness Foundation. It's on slide 9 there. I just, this is where we're leaning, so you should just take a look at that and see if you have any comments about that, particularly in light of the trade-offs that we are going to be considering between the state lab versus the CDC lab and who can measure what.
May I?
Dr. Solomon?
It's Gina Solomon with an opinion. I like your list very much, but we will have to make decisions about the state versus CDC lab, or decide to go with the CDC lab and then supplement it with a few assays done by the state lab, which also might be possible, and I think that's kind of where I'm leaning. because I think that this is an important study. I don't know that, well, I guess we'll have to hear about the Kaiser study, but there aren't a lot of others like right now in the pipeline that I'm aware of that would be competing for the CDC cooperative agreement resources. So I'd love to hear from staff about that. There's a good one to use the CDC cooperative agreement for. It would give us cotinine, which I think would be helpful, which we wouldn't be able to get otherwise, and a few other things. But I would love to supplement it with some of the other flame retardants, because I think that it would be missing a big opportunity to just get the PBDEs given the current situation in California. And so, you know, the perfect world would be to do this list with added flame retardants that the DTSC lab could offer.
Dr. Quint?
Julia Quint. I guess the one, I like your list as well. I guess the one that because I don't know much about exposure pattern, is perchlorate. And if we think that given where the sample population is coming, the study population is coming from, whether or not perchlorate would be a chemical of a possible exposure of concern. And that's reflecting what I don't know about perchlorate. You know, I kind of tend to see the exposures as being related to contamination in certain areas, and I'm just wondering if these folks live in a place where we would expect that exposure.
Or I could
so
on to that.
Okay. I think it depends. This is Tracy Woodruff. I think it depends on whether the drinking water is one source, but you can also get it from the food supply. So it could be, because there's a study by, I think it was FDA, that found that perchlorate was in a lot of fruits and vegetables and dairy products. So it's not completely, I mean, I agree with you, because you kind of think of it as a contaminant in the drinking water supply in Southern California, and we're looking in San Francisco, which gets their water primarily from Hetch Hetchy. But if there is some kind of significant dietary component, which is a little bit what they found in Atlanta when they did their sort of pilot study. If you remember, if you've heard Ben Blount talk about it, he basically went in the bathroom and collected people's urine samples and found perchlorate in all the people they just casually sampled in their lab. It could be that we'll find it in this population.
Okay.
I'm not completely sure, but it is plausible, I guess.
Right.
This is Joan. Just one thing to add to that. Also, infants are the sensitive population of concern for exposure to perchlorate.
Dr. Solomon?
I think the FDA study indicated that somewhere around 80%, 85% of perchlorate exposure is probably coming from food these days, and not from the water supply. There isn't perchlorate in San Francisco water, but what we'd probably actually be getting is a surrogate measure of fruit and vegetable intake, which in this population, we might actually find pretty low levels, unfortunately, because of the relative lack of access to fresh produce. And so I don't know what that would tell us. But I think Dr. Quint's point's a good one. This might not be the optimal population for looking at these analytes, but if you're going to pick any maternal child population, it might not be the most exposed, but we certainly are looking for exposures in infants in general. If we were doing this in Southern California, it might be more interesting.
Dr. Lee?
Sorry, it's not Dr. Lee. It's Diana Lee at CDPH. I just want to remind the panel that invoking the MOU with CDC is then decreasing the amount of resources we have for the larger study. The MOU enables us to tap them for a community study of up to 500 participants for up to 10 chemical panels, and one chemical specific study that would involve, say, 200 people. So the program is considering, and because we received the co-op agreement, that one consideration would be for our labs, the state labs, using their co-op agreement resources to do the analysis for obviously a more limited slate of chemicals possibly, and to save the full 500 from the CDC MOU to use with the larger study. So that is a consideration I would encourage the panel to consider.
So then to clarify, and just looking at this draft list, it looks like the chemicals that could not be done if the state labs were to measure would be cotinine, triclosan, benzophenone. Triclosan can be measured by the state labs. And that's really it? It's really just those? Oh, yes, nitrate and thiocyanate.
And it's a more limited panel, certainly, of pesticides in terms of both the organophosphates and pyrethroids.
Okay, all right.
One other question, given the state timelines, some of these are not, the labs aren't up, and running yet with them, and so that would presumably mean that the samples would sit for maybe a year or more after they're collected until the labs are ready and able to run them. Is that correct? Because that would then lengthen the time between when the samples are collected and when the results could be reported back.
I just speak for CDPH lab. Currently, we can analyze heavy metals, and we also can analyze the OP metabolites. And we will be able to measure phthalate. The other ones on the list from the urine samples will be, like you mentioned, possibly be stored for 1 year before we can really analyze them. So I don't know what Myrtle.
Myrtle Peteas, DTSC. I can envision like a stepwise release of results from the lab. And it's up to the principal investigators to decide when they're going to communicate piecemeal or the whole thing. But certain analysis will be very swift, others will take much longer.
One possibility that's been discussed with Dr. Rachel Morello-Frosch is that some of the chemicals that are could be more readily analyzed, say the metals, for instance, and the phthalates possibly, and one of the OPs, for instance, could be reported on more immediately as part of the testing of this phased return process, and it would possibly provide some guidance to us because the metals do have some health reference values, for instance, like mercury, and the phthalates do not, for instance, and so it would be a way to kind of look at setting up a format for reporting the balance of the analytes that could be forthcoming later on in terms of those with known or more certain health reference values as opposed to those with more uncertain health base values possibly.
Myrtle Peteas, DTSC. Something else, this is unusual in our experience that samples will be coming on continuously. I mean, we used to go to the freezer and take a rack of 20 vials. It's not efficient for us to do one sample. So we have to really batch them, either those, unless we have another study ongoing, and I doubt that we'll be covering all of these chemicals on an ongoing basis. So this is not like a quick turnaround.
And I think given the tentative timeline that Tracy laid out, that if in fact they were able to start patient recruitment in, say, 6 months, it might not be until the end of next summer or later that all the biospecimens would be collected, and then analysis would probably be initiated by the labs at that time. And by then, the labs would be further along in some of their methods and could probably do more analytes according to our work plan now. And I agree that probably the results communication would not be done until all the specimens were analyzed, because I'm assuming that we'd want to compare results by individual amongst an entire group and give them some references to where they stand within the study population, for instance. These are still just ideas that we're floating out there.
This is Joan. Do we have any idea how fast CDC's turnaround time will be?
9 to 12 months is their recommended. Oh, sorry, excuse me. 9 to 12 months for most analytes. Some could take up to 2 years. Maybe ASA could provide more clarification.
It depends on who the analyst is. How do I frame this? Some of the people are very clear and stick to their schedule. Some don't. I know for PBDEs, you get very good results, and you get a clear estimate of when you'll get results back. Also for the bisphenol A, you'll get very clear. For the non-persistent pesticides, it's a little more flexible on when they'll come back. Right now, CDC has a lot of competition with the NHANES, and also they're going to be getting samples from the National Children's Study. So it's really important to, when you interface with CDC, is make it clear what their commitments are and what time frame they can really meet, because they're under a lot of pressure as well. And I think that their time frame will be variable in the next year depending on what their requirements are, based on, especially on those other efforts. I know personally that I think it would be valuable for data to come out of the state laboratories. And I don't know if program people or other panels also see value in that. But I think I would encourage that as a focus, especially for analyte classes or groups of chemicals that are already available and online at this point.
Ulrika Luder, I just wanted to agree with that. I think there would be a lot of value in that, in the data actually coming out of the state labs. And I also wanted to say that I think that this list of chemicals, these are all excellent choices. There are, as Dr. Solomon already mentioned, multiple chemicals that are known to affect the thyroid axis and that are developmental neurotoxicants and reproductive toxicants from many animal studies, and some of these chemicals, such as the phthalates, there are some human data. So I think that this is an excellent list of chemicals. And while I would like, I guess, also to see all of them measured, I think that there would be a lot of value to having the state labs do the measurements, and perhaps it would be possible by the end of the study period to have some more of these analytes online, as was already mentioned. Dr. Wilson?
Oh, yeah, Mike Wilson. Tracy, is this a set of 10 that is constrained, that it couldn't really be added to?
No, this is a draft list,
Right.
so it's still flexible. Obviously, we are constrained because the labs can only measure so many things.
Right.
But this is where we put our initial draft list together, and there's really, as you see, there's a lot of commonalities between the panel's priority list and what CDC can measure and what the California can measure. I mean, we're really talking about some of the chemicals around the margin. I think that's where we have more flexibility about what we put in.
I mean, when the Environmental Working Group did their core blood report, there were 4 other classes that they included that I'll just throw out there. One was polychlorinated naphthalines, where they have found 50 different congeners, and then brominated dioxins and furans, chlorinated dioxins and furans, and then polyaromatic hydrocarbons.
Yeah, well, I would also add that the CDC is now measuring many more chemicals that are even things that we've discussed today, because they also do parabens and VOCs, which have been released on their website. So those haven't really been in the mix and discussion, but you're right, there are other things that are outside that haven't made it onto this list
it's hard to choose, right?
Yeah, I mean, these ones I think are, I'm not sure what the sources of the polychlorinated naphthalines are, but these others are more pollutants, industrial pollutants, as compared, I mean, like the PAHs and the dioxins and furans being pollutants as compared to sort of product-based substances. Yeah, so.
Dr. Solomon?
Well, PAHs are relevant because of traffic and also dietary sources. And even if we can't get cotinine, I guess they're getting some measure of smoke, but though not an ideal one. The other one I just wanted to mention is at the last meeting we had some discussions about DDT metabolites. And despite, there were some issues about, well, DDT isn't around anymore and levels are going down, but some folks pointed out persuasively that Dan Haynes showed, quite significantly higher levels in Latinos compared to Caucasians and African Americans, and this is a very Latina population. And so it just made me think about whether that's worth tossing in the mix. That, if our hypothesis is correct, we might expect to see relatively high DDT metabolites in this this population of women.
Yeah, this is Tracy Woodruff. I guess if we move towards this going with just the state labs, so for example, you couldn't do cotinine. Could be, well, maybe we'll add in. Right, DDT I think can be done at the state lab, so it could be that, like you're suggesting, we add in things to fill in those spaces where we have to drop things. So. But I think that your other point about sort of things that have been banned a long time ago is kind of the slot where the PCBs are right now. And you could PCB, and not dioxins, but PCBs or DDT or that sort of was banned a long time ago. Also is a thyroid hormone disruptor, so fulfills multiple criteria, I guess, some of the chemicals on there.
Okay, Diana?
One last area for the panel that I would ask for some consideration, since we'll be further discussing this, is Tracy's already indicated that there's no way the questionnaire would focus on all the analytes of interest. So are there key ones in particular that you want us to focus on as we try to develop the questionnaire that gets at some of the potential sources of these compounds?
Dr. Wilson or Dr. McCone?
Tom McCone. I think we didn't really look at the questionnaire, but one of the questions I had now that this comes up is the questionnaire only a sit down with them and ask questions, or is there some sort of a household survey that could be tied into it? It's not at their home, right? So you can't go in and comment on whether they had vinyl floor or not. I mean, like vinyl might be a huge fraction of phthalates in vinyl, or what kind of toys there are, or general conditions. I mean, these things, or if you could even look at their diet over the last week or so, those would be things that would give you insight on possible sources. And the location of their home, proximity to roadways, et cetera. Is that, well, some of that you can ask them in a question answer period where they're not at their home, but if there's an opportunity to go to their home and do a home survey, you probably could load in a lot more indicators of exposure than you could just with questions.
Right. So the current plan is to do it on site at UCSF, either in the clinic or outside the clinic. Do you think it would be effective if people were asked to bring something home and then bring it back? Like, so if there wasn't resources to go into their home, but they had to go home and fill something out and bring it back?
Well, this is hard to answer in a few minutes. I mean, this is the sort of thing we should brainstorm for a while, but I'd be uncomfortable probably, in terms of chemistry. There are these ideas that you can develop a really lipid monitor and you can make it look like something that can hang up or a toy. But then it's you get into all kinds of calibration problems. I know I actually would defer a bit to ACE on this. I know in Chamacos, the ability to survey homes and actually look around and see what condition the home is in. And particularly some of these things are associated with building materials, so knowing how much furniture of what type they have would help us understand, contributions to flame retardants, the age of the home. I mean, there's a number of factors that could narrow down some hypotheses about the sources of the chemicals, which, again, would be hard to get from a survey away from their home, because then you have to think of how to elicit this to somebody who's not really there.
I think these efforts are always really challenging. I mean, and if you can't go into the home, the quality of the information, it's hard to assess. I mean, you could try. This is a pilot study, and you could have a simple take-home checklist, or you can just do a checklist as part of the questionnaire in terms of floor type. How many rooms carpeted, how many rooms not? Is it wood floor? Is it a vinyl linoleum? That's probably all you could really get. And you could make some crude comparisons to see if that's meaningful. There are some efforts as part of the National Children's Study to come up with subject-administered questionnaires and information. It might be worth contacting some of the planning people in the NCS and see what they've come up with. And there is some talk about having home samplers, relatively simple samplers, that people can administer themselves. And, again, this is a pilot study. It might not be that much more work, something else to track and have people come home and do something like that. I would bet the NCS would be interested in possibly collaborating on some test project like this. In our experience, it's helpful to have somebody to go into the home who speaks the language and can do the inspection.
This is Mirto Petreas, DTSC. A simple thing, what we're doing now is vacuum cleaner bag.
Right.
We can ask them to bring the vacuum cleaner bag. We're doing a study now with UC Berkeley, Pat Buffler, and Steve Rappaport, following up on their leukemia study, getting vacuum cleaner bags from homes of children with and without disease. We have the method already developed. So this is something to be easy to look for certain of these chemicals in the home environment as integrated over time and space in the vacuum cleaner bag. So short of going to the house, it's something that the house can come to you.
That's an idea. And you can also collect those and store them. I mean, it's another $300 to $500 a sample to get those tested. But you could put them in a freezer and then maybe get some additional funding.
Big freezer.
Just to express a somewhat contrary viewpoint, since this is a study of pregnant women, not of kids, one could argue that household dust and such things might be a slightly smaller relative contribution, and some of the, at least in the case of phthalates, which is an area I've looked into a bit recently for sources of exposure, it seems like the consensus is moving more toward diet being the dominant source. So one could imagine doing, sort of your basic questionnaire that'll get a handle on, some lead exposure issues and pesticide use and use of antibacterial soaps for triclosan. So those are all easy ones. And then just going deep into a dietary history survey and maybe not dealing with anything else because it's really hard to get lots and lots of information about, how old is your sofa, where did you get it, it's not going to help us all that much, even though it would be great, what about your curtains, and do you have carpet with a carpet pad underneath? And then people may not be able to recall all the consumer products they use and what brands they are and so forth. And I could just see that turning into a complete, nightmare. But you know, 3-day dietary recall is a fairly standard, straightforward, you know, survey, and then you would be getting the urine the same day, and so you'd really be getting a pretty good reflection, specifically for some of the shorter-lived things like phthalates, of, you know, what they took in. I might think that would be the biggest bang for the buck with the least amount of resources expended.
This is Diana Lee with CDPH. But one of the things we have played around with is a take-home type of questionnaire where they would be able to identify some of the personal care products, for instance, they use, or be able to identify how many electronics or the type of pillow they use or something like that. And so these are things that we've had in the process of developing, and we may still pilot that, but we are concerned about the take-home burden, so to speak, that the questionnaire would ensue, and then having them return that questionnaire to the study centers, for instance. But if that's something you want us to continue kind of looking into, we can certainly do that.
Okay. Are there any? I hit it and the light doesn't go off. Have we addressed the major questions at this point that you had for us, to the extent that we could move on to the next presentation? We had that.
Rachel Roisman with OEHHA. I was just going to suggest considering a change in the schedule, since we have gone over. We could take our break now and then come back and do the last two agenda items, last 2 and 3 agenda items. That's
okay. That sounds like a good idea. So the break was scheduled for 15 minutes. Do we want to make it maybe a little shorter? 10. So
and also, just to clarify the last item, we think it doesn't need to take as long as it's scheduled for, so we can make up a bit of the time as well.
Okay, great. So we'll reconvene at 3:20. All right, we're going to get started again with the next presentation of the afternoon. So our next agenda item is going to be the CECBP collaboration with Kaiser Permanente Research Program on Genes, Environment, and Health. And this is going to be presented by Dr. Stephen Van Eden, Senior Investigator in the Division of Research at Kaiser. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to thank Michael Lipset and Paul English for a little over a year ago discussing this whole process with me. I'm involved in the health tracking program, technical advisory group with Dr. Quint and Dr. Solomon. Also like to thank Dr. Duss for inviting me, and congratulations to your group. I think this really is pretty fantastic advance forward. I also wanted to give a 2-second introduction, not to Kaiser, because presumably everybody has at least a halfway decent idea of Kaiser, but actually our research division. We've been in existence since the early 60s. It was actually a nascent effort at creating an electronic medical record with some of the origins of it, which turned out not to be feasible until computers caught up with the idea, frankly. We have over 40 investigators. We do over $45 million worth of research every year. Most of that is from soft money. We are essentially a soft money shop. So these are investigator-driven kinds of research projects. In terms of our population, we have 3.1 million in Northern California, Kaiser region, and it spreads from essentially Auburn down to Santa Cruz and up past Santa Rosa. And in the 21 counties that we have our substantial population are, to borrow from our marketing folks, we have 7% to over 40% penetration. There's one county where we have over 40% of the population is a member of Kaiser. So we'll go on from there. The other thing I'm going to do is weave in, not just, I was invited to talk about the RPGH, Research Program on Genes, Environment, and Health, but I'm going to weave in other stuff, which is the reason why I wanted to give you that background on our research, because there's a lot of other opportunities here that I think provide some fairly unique opportunities. So we started this discussion for the RPGH some 4 years ago, and not you know, it's resources, and resources started to come in and it started to build. And so what we're trying to do is create one of the largest integrated databases that span clinical data, of course, participant survey data for those that provide a survey, environmental exposure data. This comes with some of the stuff we're doing with Paul and the environmental health tracking system, and then genetics on consenting individuals. I should add, on the slide you'll see that there's 400,000 KP members have provided survey responses today. That's just for this program. We have at least another 120,000 individuals where we've obtained extensive survey information, including the California Men's Health Study, which is a collaboration with Northern and Southern California Kaiser, where we have 84,000 men that we've obtained survey information. The goals is basically to create a resource for a whole variety of research kinds of, whole variety of research questions, whether it's clinical research, whether it's environmental research, epidemiology, those sorts of things. We also have a whole group actually that's focusing solely on LC issues, ethical, legal, social implications. So they're looking at those kinds of things. When you consent people for these kinds of studies, what do they understand? What do they retain? Those sorts of things. I'm going to move quickly in terms of time. So I kind of alluded to all these things. We have the infrastructure in place to do a lot of these kinds of things. I wanted to comment about one of the things that Dr. Wilson mentioned. You know, when you put stuff into long-term storage, you want it for two reasons. One is you don't know what you want to look for 20 years down the line. The other reason, obviously, is health-related, that you want to, you know, link that to long-term health data. And I think that's one nice advantage of Kaiser and research within Kaiser is we basically have a fairly loyal membership. And so we have people, we were just finishing a study where we looked at birth records from 30 years ago and health outcomes now, kind of thing. So it allows you to do some very interesting research. I'll go quickly. You know, we had a phase where we got some money to just kind of get this up and going, some of it which was the whole consenting process and things like that. I won't really go into that. If you have questions, feel free to ask me. We've created disease registries within our electronic databases, and it pretty much spans the kinds of areas that you know, most people are interested in, and certainly the prevalent diseases and a lot of not so prevalent diseases. I think two things to note is we're doing not just diseases. You'll notice in the upper right-hand part of the column, we're creating a healthy aging component to this, and I'll talk about this in another second or two, but we're also creating a pregnancy cohort, which follows up nicely with Dr. Woodruff's talk. So where are we right now with this? We've done a survey to all adult members in Northern California. We included some translation versions for those that desired it, wanted it. It's a 5-page questionnaire, so it's fairly short, compact, doesn't get it deep into lots of areas that we would like. But we felt like if we had something shorter, we'd get a higher response, which I think was the case, and it got at the important standard epidemiologic cofactors that I think we all typically want to know about. Right now we have about 400,000 questionnaires in hand, and we're developing procedures to continue that process with online kinds of things and in-clinic completion and that sort of thing. I should add that of those 400,000, over 140,000 of them come from minority groups. So we're in what we're calling the phase 2 of the granting process, and we've gotten additional monies from the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation and Kaiser Permanente to move ahead, and we're moving ahead with establishing a biorepository and to work with the Environmental Health Tracking System and a group from UCSF and Berkeley to create essentially a built environment kind of database and try to merge that with our population information. We're also working on building out a biorepository. All the questions that you were asking earlier, we've been wrestling with for a year and a half now of how you do this. We flew individuals from the UK Biobank, which is probably considered the Cadillac of large cohort kinds of biorepository systems in to consult with us and figure this out. And long and short of it is there's no right answer. You just kind of do the best you can with the best available information. What we've accomplished to date is, the plans right now are by the end of next year to have 200,000 DNA samples that are either blood or saliva, and by 2013 to have 500,000 sample biorepository. Our current effort has been to build up a DNA repository, and we have over 135,000 signed consents and over 110,000 saliva samples in hand. We are now working on the next step, which is to develop, to exploit the Kaiser infrastructure in terms of blood collection. In our Oakland area, there was probably like 7 clinical laboratories that they can go to in each of the medical office buildings and that sort of thing. And what we're trying to do is exploit that infrastructure so that we can arrange and consent ahead of time to obtain a blood sample, put it into our full electronic medical record, and the next time they go in, either for a regular visit or just because they're interested enough to participate, a research blood draw would be drawn, and that would go into our biorepository. So again, we think we're going to get at least 100,000 new blood samples, possibly more, through 2013. I won't go through. Anybody who's done field work knows that collecting blood is a very expensive proposition, and to be able to exploit this infrastructure just drives down the cost, enormously. So that's really what we're trying to do. The other thing about someplace like Kaiser is that there are ways to target individuals for a variety of reasons. You may just want them geographically, if you're doing biomonitoring, geographically distributed, and we'd be able to identify the appropriate information. You may want them for a disease state or a condition like pregnancy. We have that infrastructure in place that we know exactly when they're going to have a visit next time because it's in the appointment system, and that sort of thing. The other thing I want to mention about this, and this articulates with the background research that we've been doing, or the other research that we've been doing for the last 40 years, have already biorepositories, essentially. We already have over 10,000 specimens laid down from other studies that could be exploited as part of this effort that could be very informative. We have a case control study of Parkinson's disease with serum, where we have 700 individuals with newly diagnosed Parkinson's disease and 700 controls. There's biomonitoring and health outcome research that could be done simultaneously, and I think that's one of the real advantages again of Kaiser, is you can accomplish multiple goals at the same time. The other thing is we have a cohort that started in the 60s where we have 214,000 serum samples laid down from 1964 through 91, with the bulk of them in the late 60s, early 70s. We're doing studies on thyroid, selenium, and thyroid cancer in that group. We're looking at OCs and PCBs and liver cancer and aflatoxin. We're actually looking at aflatoxin in this to look at liver cancer. About 40,000 of those individuals are still current members of Kaiser. We're interested in seeing what exposure now and exposure 30 years ago looks like. We'd be able to go ahead and do that. So our process that we're trying to put into place is that when we have a targeted individual, and targeted just may be a random member of Kaiser, is that we contact them and recruit them. We get an informed consent. Our research staff in the electronic medical record would place the order for a blood draw, a research blood draw. The next time they visit the lab, they have the blood drawn, and the specimen is processed at our regional lab. We have a regional lab that sees 20,000 specimens a day. It's highly automated, to say the least, kind of thing. And they're very supportive, and it'd be the kind of thing, instead of going over to the CBC station, the blood draw, the tubes, whatever, would go to the research bench and be processed as we would need to have it processed, and be put into the biorepository. So there's nice opportunities to take advantage of Kaiser's situation. Having said that, there are always issues. Nothing's easy. We had to talk about multiple groups needing sign-off. There's about 42 groups in Kaiser that always has to say something about something, and we've, working on getting all those. There's IRB issues. The whole consenting process, we've been through and sat down with them to work out how we consent these individuals. I should add, somebody asked me earlier, this consent is a consent for general use. It's not to do a specific study and to link to their medical record information. So we get that up front, kind of thing. Because these blood draws would be done in the Kaiser system, it becomes a medical practice issue. So where I'm a PhD epidemiologist, when I do my studies in the field, I'm able to get the blood draw. We have certified, trained staff who do blood draws in the field. But when this happens in the Kaiser facilities, it becomes a medical practice issue. So we're, where I can't, I'm a PhD, I'm not that kind of doctor, I can't order a blood draw within our system, so we're setting up those kinds of issues. Kaiser has some copays, so we have to resolve when everybody who does something within Kaiser has to register that they've had a contact. So we have to resolve the wiping out of copays when they're there for the blood draw. And it's there, just needs a little more work. We're finishing it off. The other thing is maintaining research confidentiality. One of the things we routinely do is say, when we do research, because it tends to be outside of the formal facilities and practitioners, is we say your information will not go into your medical record. The only exception to that is when we're doing testing that is of known clinical value. If you do a CBC and you get an out of normal range test, we are obligated by the IRB to tell that individual and to ask them, do you want us to inform your primary care doc? kind of thing. So once they're in the system, we're working on segregating the information so that it isn't part of their formal medical record. And part of that is, you know, obviously being driven, at least initially, out of the genetic kinds of things where we don't want genetic information that's sitting there and part of a medical record that might get sent off for a job or something like that. So we're working on that. And then recording of results, although that, frankly, is probably going to be a little bit easier because certainly most of the kinds of things that we do here and most of the kinds of assays we've done to date are not clinical assays. Not completely, but mostly. Kind of individual level factors that we would have to bring to bear are the questionnaire data from at least these 550,000 individuals. We have, I consider the clinical environment to be individual level. Some of the strongest exposures known to individuals come from pharmaceuticals. We obviously have a very complete record of what kind of pharmaceuticals people are overall receiving and taking. Devices, you know, there was questions about silicon. We were able to link to our databases and do a study on silicon and health outcomes, autoimmune disease. I mean, it's those kinds of exposures that if you're interested in and they're attached to normal medical care, we would be able to look at. We're also, as I mentioned, working with individuals from UCSF and UC Berkeley to create a GIS database around the built environment. And that's, for the most part, pretty well done. We, of course, have census information that we've linked. And then we're still working with the Environmental Health Tracking Program to see where we can draw synergy with that. A good example, again, might be the Parkinson's case control study where we link to pesticide use information geographically, and we can coordinate with disease, with possibly serum exposure and that sort of thing. The other thing about those kinds of studies is we often have a very longitudinal record of where people lived from our databases so that, you know, you can move them in time and assign exposure at least a little more precisely, kind of thing. New active grants, I won't go into this. We're doing a genome-wide scan of prostate cancer. We're going to be drawing blood on 1,500 men, African-American men with prostate cancer and 1,500 African-American men without. We're doing a very large multi-ethnic study of bipolar disease. Betty Kahn at our place is looking at LACE and factors that influence survival in breast cancer. And then we recently, within the last number of days, received recovery money from these grand opportunity or GO grants to genotype 100,000 individuals. This takes a village, and we literally have a village working on it. These are only the literally the sort of scientific level individuals. The staff that's working on this is probably another 35 individuals. And then really kind of get to the point today, why I'm here, what are the opportunities here. You know, we're setting up our blood draw to talk about what we're going to get, discussions with certainly the staff, your recommendations on what that might look like. We've had active discussions about whether to collect urine. That becomes a little more difficult. Certainly in our laboratory setting, it's routine. You know, urinalysis is a routine laboratory kind of thing. So we'd certainly be able to do that. When you start talking about 100,000 individuals and 100,000 urine samples, it's a resource issue. Do you have space to process it and freeze it and keep it and that sort of thing? We've also talked a lot with folks at NIEHS, at the National Institutes for Environmental Health Science, about ways that larger studies like this can try to get some home environment kinds of information from the kinds of things that people have talked about, either sending us a sample from their vacuum bag or a swipe behind the refrigerator, that sort of thing, up to including a self-collected soil sample. There are actually some protocols out there on going outside your door and doing certain directions and collecting a sample and keeping that. We've had discussions about trying to do, at least on a pilot basis, some things like that. And then really we're very interested, and it's not just our PGH, but I think the whole group of researchers, it's already being manifest, as a matter of fact, through the CIDNET study. That's Dr. Cushy, who's the PI of that, is in the office next to me, kind of thing. So our folks are very interested in collaborating to the best we can. And again, I think there's many opportunities where we can have multiple purposes. We can have biomonitoring efforts when they're in an existing study sample where we'll get some idea of the distribution and levels out there, but they're going to have maturation rates for 6 to 8-year-olds. There's hypothesis-driven studies right there, kind of thing. We have studies that are going in on multi-generation, 3 generations, where we have samples with the CHDS sample. We have the 3rd generation folks within Kaiser. We have a grant in to look at levels from the pregnancy, the first pregnancy, to levels in the current group of women. We're working up a proposal now to look at male infertility. There's a lot of estrogen disruptors and that sort of thing. We're also actually very interested in chemicals that disrupt the androgen pathway, that sort of thing. So a lot of opportunities here, and I think that's, yeah.
Dr. Denton?
Just to make sure, if the program worked with you as an investigator for Kaiser, can there be sharing of the blood samples or urine samples? That is, for some of these individuals, could those samples be sent to a CDPH lab or DTSC lab for further analysis of these target chemicals?
So typically, most of our assay work, and again, unless it's clinical, unless you want a CBC, a hemoglobin A1C, or a C-reactive protein or something. Unless it's clinical, it all goes outside of our place. So.
And how about the information, the patient information, the location that they live, their age, their sex, that kind of thing? Is that confidential? It's held within Kaiser, or?
There are ways that it can happen. So we can certainly, if we put in a protocol that we're interested in this group of people and we need to know where they live, and we go to our IRB and they say this is a legitimate research project, put in the appropriate DUA data use agreement that basically says that the state individuals will keep it within the minimal number of individuals. It'll be, it's not something that our IRB will just let be put up on the web, for example. So it would allow us to share, so that a targeted effort would be able to be done.
So one last question: is that happening now with the program, Rupa? Are you? What's the status of the collaboration with Kaiser?
Well, we invited, this is Rupa Das from CDPH. We invited Dr. Van Eden here to present the background on the Kaiser Research Program. We've entered into conversations with him to look at the possibility of collaborating and getting samples, possibly starting next year. And we actually haven't had much chance to speak since we had those initial conversations where maybe, Stephen, you should describe where it's gone from there. So we've in summary, we've entered into some initial conversations. We're hoping once it gets past the Kaiser IRB and whatever has to go through Kaiser that we would start looking at ways to collect field samples and collaborate and then analyze them. But I think Stephen should answer some of the internal Kaiser questions.
Yeah, you know, our take, I mean, we have studies that samples come in and all the information goes because it's a multi-site study and there's a coordinating center and all that. And, you know, the bottom line is that if you're approaching somebody to be involved in a study and we know ahead of time that we're going to share, we consent them to do that. And essentially, once it's consented, you know, the IRB is fine with that. I mean, it's not a barrier, and it's basically just being upfront with them. Now, with existing samples that we have, that becomes more problematic because we never consented them to say, oh, we're gonna do. Now, we might be able to send samples over, have them analyzed, but they would be blinded samples. You know, we could do lots of the analysis that they might be interested in. Where do people live when they were drawn? And, you know, we can do all that. But in prospective collection, if you consent them that you're going to do this, it's essentially not an issue.
Dr. McCone?
Thank you, first of all. This is very interesting, and I think it offers a lot of opportunities. One that I'd like to pursue a little bit, and it sounds like, you know, unlike the NHANES, which is a random sample every time it's done, it's longitudinal in time, but not in person. And it sounds like this actually offers an opportunity that no one else really has to do some longitudinal tracking of what's in the blood and how that's associated with the evolution of somebody's health or lack of health. And you know, is that, I mean, that, am I correct in saying that you probably are fairly unique in having the longitudinal time series ability to some extent?
Yeah, I think that is absolutely true. I mean, we've done, you know, retention analyses. How long do people stay within Kaiser? And it's you know, it's a funny shape. So you know, from birth till age 20. We have very strong retention into the 80s, 80%. You know, so if they're born in Kaiser, 80% of them, when they're like 18, are still a member of Kaiser, and not surprisingly, after they become adult, you know, who knows where they go? Who knows what kind of? I mean, we are an insured population, those sorts of things. But then it goes right back up when you get into about the 45 and 50-year range, that you see that those people are, again, very long-term members, that they stay for a very long time.
So just to pursue this, in theory, you could get blood samples at different periods, right, from the same individual, and, you know, again, it's probably confidential, but still within the system, you know where they live.
Yes.
A lot about, you know, what they do, and even potentially how their diet changes if that's recorded. That's really a remarkable resource in capturing the kind of longitudinal
and
trends we've never been able to get.
The research program, we've had this discussion, like, you know, we probably couldn't repeat if we get 500,000. We probably couldn't repeat that. I mean, the biorepository for 500,000 probably runs about $4 million a year just to like barely keep running. I mean, it's a very expensive process kind of thing. But, you know, for targeted individuals, you know, you certainly could do that. And I don't know whether it was probably with Michael. I mean, I've had those discussions about, you know, who are these individuals, and might there be some of those individuals we approach right at the beginning and say, look, we want to bleed you every, you know, every 4 years or every 5 years, whatever the time frame would be, to do exactly that. So, and again, for some existing things, you know, we have populations right now that we have biorepositories, so we can go, you know, right now we could go back to people that have been drawn 10 years ago. I mean, we have some of that capability right now, at least for 2 points in time.
Just one more quick, but on the other hand, I mean, you still sound like you're working on the problem of household samples. You don't really know a lot about their environment, other than, I mean, we know location. We know exactly what neighborhood somebody would be in from this data set.
Right.
And probably diet to some extent, but then indoor air quality, dust samples.
That's right.
Those things are not really in the system.
That is correct.
Rupa Das from CDPH. I just wanted to add something. One of the things we were hoping to get out of the Kaiser collaboration is to assess the feasibility of looking at this as some version of a statewide sample. That's again, to answer your question, Dr. Denton, this isn't something that we've completely planned yet, but given Kaiser's wide reach and all the resources that Stephen talked about, this would be one way of looking at a possible statewide sample, and we would have to figure out how we would want to sample this population using our CDC and NCHS resources perhaps to come up with a sampling plan. But that's the hope, that we would start out with a pilot study, but then possibly utilize this as one possibility of a statewide sample.
But even a pilot within Northern California covers at least 21 counties, which is not a bad start, probably.
Just one of the things is, Joan, if universal health care becomes a reality, I would think that there would be a great influx of members into Kaiser from many demographics. So that's a whole other thing that may materialize in the future, and for which this whole thing could capitalize on.
Right, right. And that's some of the groups that we've talked about going after as part of getting questionnaire data and that sort of thing is all the new members that come in. I mean, it's many thousands every year kind of thing, is getting them engaged in almost a research mentality as well, that it's good for health, it's, to be part of research.
Dr. Culver.
You also have a cancer registry?
We do. Our cancer registry within our Kaiser Permanente Northern California feeds all the information to the state registry.
And you can link your cancer registry to your biorepository?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And in real time, which is
could be interesting.
Yeah.
Dr. Solomon?
I think this is great. Thank you for coming and giving this presentation. Oh, sorry. This is absolutely the kind of thing that I think makes sense for this program, and it's a great collaboration opportunity. You did mention that some of Kaiser's research efforts in this area have been funded by Kaiser Foundation, I assume, so far, and I was just wondering whether additional funding might be available from that source to help support collaboration like this, or at least some of the Kaiser data collection end of it?
You can imagine I'm not authorized to speak on their behalf. But in fact, the answer is yes. I mean, I think, there's a very strong, growing sense within places outside of the Division of Research and the research community, because $45 million is a lot of money, but that's a speck to what gets spent, in the whole region. So, but there are people that are very, very interested in this, and it wouldn't surprise me if we would be able to negotiate some support for this.
Any other questions from other panel members? Dr. Kavanaugh.
Thanks for the presentation. So my understanding of the status now is you've got DNA in a couple 100,000, and you're trying to get that to be, or 100,000, and trying to, and you have this very, very brief questionnaire, but you actually have no serum to use for biomonitoring or urine for biomonitoring.
That's what we're putting into place right now. That's correct.
And you have no
other than excuse me, other than existing studies,
right.
But for the research, for our PGH, that is true.
And part of your goals for phase 2 is build database of environmental exposures. Can you tell me more about how you're going about that?
Well, it's essentially a tight linkage with the Environmental Health Tracking Program. So the work that Paul English and that group is doing, because you know, for us to do it would be to reinvent the wheel. I mean, they've gotten grants to do this, so they've got a GIS database that has, you know, all the pesticide use report, air pollution data, traffic
okay, so
data.
nothing on individual environmental exposures.
Other than the brief stuff that we've obtained in the questionnaire, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is there any plan to ever do that?
Yes. You know, this is when you go, you know, when you go big, you often can't go deep. To put it succinctly, and we made a decision to go big, and so we haven't gone deep at this point. With the general idea that what we would be doing is, I put up there, one of our studies is a case control study of prostate cancer in African American men. So our plan is to go back to those individuals and conduct an interview with the cases and the controls, where you've gotten the resources to go deeper into the kinds of questions that you want to obtain information on.
Yeah, I have a question here. This is really an amazing, unique resource that I think sounds like there are lots of opportunities where the CECBP could interface. One question I have kind of gets back to the idea of maybe using this to do some form of a statewide sample. So from your, and I'm wondering if you could clarify for me, the RPGH right now is Northern California only, or is there an analogous process also going on in Southern California as well?
Not really is probably the shortest answer. We've been in discussions. Our men's cohort, we're going out to collect a biospecimen from them. Right now it's going to be selected because for resources, essentially. So we'll have that. But Kaiser regions have operated autonomously. They don't, you know, data systems haven't been talking and that sort of thing. We've now gone to a common electronic medical record, and there's much more integration of the research groups in terms of, like, okay, let's do this. So there would be certainly opportunities to collaborate with folks down there, you know, all of which I know, to say, okay, why don't we get 500 individuals from Southern California spread out, kind of thing, or 1,000, whatever, and so it certainly can happen. But right now, it's Northern California.
Kind of a related follow-up question, the biospecimen repositories that you have from previous studies, you know, going back decades, is there a similar repository that includes Southern California specimens, or a statewide repository, or is that Northern California also?
Off the top of my head, I believe virtually all of them are Northern California only. I can't think of any that involves a collaboration.
Dr. Wilson?
Yeah, thank you for your presentation, and it's, you know, just I think we really appreciate the interest and willingness of Kaiser to engage with the state on this. And I guess, you know, the question is, if some portion of the 100,000 new blood samples that you're hoping to obtain each year up to 2013, if some portion of those were you know, enter the biomonitoring laboratory process, if that if the data that you know, come out of that process would be of use to Kaiser in the work that you're doing, and if so, if that, I'm sort of following up on Gina's question through the back door, if that would if it would be in Kaiser's interest to help support that process through the foundation.
Yeah, I guess I would answer it in two ways, or what the sample group is. So if it's some kind of random sample of individuals, 1,000 gets pretty hard to do a lot of outcome research, because just the number of outcomes that happen in 1,000 individuals in any particular outcome is not going to be very high. But within the context of other studies, this case control study of African American men, where to me it's a win-win. It's like we are able to provide samples, look at environmental factors, how it might relate to prostate cancer, and look at levels in the serum of a set of individuals that are essentially randomly sampled within the Kaiser membership. I mean, it seems like there's a lot of information that gets able to be used by everybody.
Yeah.
In real informative ways.
Yeah, and it seems to me that from the things that we've been talking about over the months here, that for example, would those blood samples obtained each year, are those going to be linked then to these surveys or questionnaires?
Yes.
Yeah. And that there would be sort of I noticed that there were and maybe I didn't see it, but that there was no occupational health aspects or occupational exposure questions that we included in that questionnaire, and it's obviously something we're interested in. And so is the development of those questionnaires continuing, or where are you with that?
We have actually extensive experience in obtaining occupational health information. I mean, our Parkinson's study spent an hour with each individual obtaining occupational information. So we pretty much know how to do that at the deepest way you can do it within a questionnaire kind of format, kind of thing, where you collect information on occupation, tasks, materials, and then we've been using a industrial hygienist to look over the material, those responses, and rate those kinds of exposures. Because the bottom line is most people don't know what they're exposed to.
Right.
And so you're at least retrospectively typically stuck with inferring exposure in these kinds of studies, kind of thing. And what we're working on right now is actually trying to come up with a shorter form of that, so that you don't take up an hour's worth of time. And that's interviewer time, kind of thing.
Right. Well, thank you very much. It sounds very promising, actually.
All right, thank you very much. We have time now, 10 minutes for public comments, and I wanted to ask whether we received any by email or comment cards. Are there any individuals who would like to comment? Well, then we have time for more discussion. Any panel members? Dr. Wilson?
Well, one of the things that occurred to me was if in the IRB process, I'm just thinking just about the actual sort of operations of obtaining some of the samples. One of the things we ran into was participants that were nervous about providing samples to state agencies, whereas they were fine to do it with the university, but were nervous about state agencies. So I don't know if that's a informed consent issue or not, but just in terms of thinking about moving forward.
We've not had what I would call significant problems, and we've done some collaborations with the CDC and send samples to them. I mean, it's sending it to the federal government. So at least in our experience, that's not been a significant problem. I also think we have sort of this other kind of advantage, which is Kaiser people approaching Kaiser members. And even though we're going to be collaborating and we will be sharing information, I think there's a level of trust there that works out well.
Yeah. Interesting.
Dr. McCone?
It's kind of technical, but I think this might be of interest. Have you had an opportunity, since you've worked with CDC, do you do quality control studies with them to look at how you're, because you say you contract the samples out, right? You're looking for sometimes the same things they are. How often, or has there been an opportunity to do consistency? Because I think that's something we do worry about is, how much consistency we will get across different labs. And that's why the people here are going for training at CDC, so we follow the same protocols.
Well, I won't speak for all the research studies at our place, but certainly the studies I've been involved in, we use some pilot samples where we send them down and get results, and then send the same split sample down. And if we have enough, we include it even in our regular samples when we're actually running the study to see that we get, at least 1 or 2 points in time. We get, at least reliable output.
Has the panel, have we addressed the questions that you would like us to on this topic, or should we move on to the next presentation? Or do you want any particular recommendations on this?
Again, the purpose of this presentation was just to inform you about Kaiser's work, and we don't really have any questions or issues for you to address on this topic.
Thank you very much.
One question.
Dr. McCone.
Yeah, Tom McCone. Can the panel sort of offer an endorsement that this is a good direction to pursue? I mean, I don't know if, again, it's like we said this morning, in a way we feel sort of odd just being silent. Maybe we should be sometimes, but but it is, I think it's helpful if we go on record with some sort of statement that we really think this is a very useful direction, and encourage both Kaiser and the state to continue to build the collaboration.
I would just add that would probably be useful should I go to talk to our foundation people about some support.
Do we have to do this by a vote, or just sort of by acclamation? Say, I think the sense of the panel is that that we should really strongly endorse. And
a vote is preferred. Okay. All right. So would we like to make a motion? Would you like to articulate what you just said again?
Yes. Let me see if I remember what I just said. Make a motion that the panel strongly endorse the Kaiser California collaboration and continue to explore ways to expand this.
All right. We can.
Tom McCone, aye.
Mike Wilson, aye.
Mel Kavanaugh Lynch, aye.
Julia Quint, aye.
Ulrika Luder, aye.
Dwight Culver, aye.
Asa Bradman, aye.
All right. So the next, actually second to last agenda item for the afternoon is a presentation by Dr. Rupali Das on CECBP future directions. Dr. Das.
Thank you. Actually, what I wanted to do first was just to show you this slide, which was actually one of the last slides of my morning's presentation, just to summarize what we plan to do over the next ensuing few months. We're going to proceed with chemical selection, develop a public participation plan, continue hiring staff, and prepare the report that's required to be submitted to the legislator under the terms of the legislation. And I think what would be beneficial to us is to have from the panel some recommendations, overall recommendations for the program to pursue over the next few months, and beyond that we can put into the legislative report. Let me give you some details about what our program efforts entail. Given the state of funding, which I summarized this morning, we plan to pursue opportunities for external funding and collaborations with outside researchers who have collected biospecimens to leverage our existing resources to enable us to get to do both pilot studies and to pursue some sort of statewide sample, even though it's a little bit different than what was originally envisioned in the legislation. As I described, we plan to conduct activities that were specified in the CDC Cooperative Agreement. We have 5 different objectives that I described to increase lab capability and capacity, and to continue outreach efforts to identify and engage in additional stakeholders, in addition to researchers, other stakeholders. We plan to maintain and expand electronic resources, which include the website, the listserv, and other electronic resources that might be involved in various ways. We'll continue meeting with the panel and to support the panel's guidance in terms of selecting designated and priority chemicals, and through our collaborations with Health Research for Action and others to develop results communication methods and materials for participants, healthcare providers, and other groups. And finally, we hope to start developing biomonitoring reference levels that can be used to help interpret the lab analyte levels that we obtain through the biomonitoring program. So that's sort of in a summary what we plan to do. I think what we would like to see is some discussion from the panel members as to whether you support this, whether there are additional efforts that you think we should be pursuing, and what we should expect to put as our goals in the and recommendations for the program in the legislative report.
Dr. McCone?
Tom McCone. I want to see if I could expand a bit on developing biomonitoring reference levels. Does that mean you're actually going to sort of try and define a baseline of what's in the population or references? I mean, I wasn't real clear, I guess.
Okay, I'm going to let OEHHA answer that question.
I mean, it sounds like a good idea, but I'm not sure exactly if I fully comprehended it.
She wanted him. Well, this is just a very fledgling effort, basically, Tom. So the idea is to, you know, as I think Diana or Rupa mentioned, there's something to compare in terms of health basis for things like lead and mercury. There's not for other types of chemicals. So we want to start to investigate. That's one of the hires I'm planning, a staff person who could actually work on trying to look at what does it mean? You know, the idea of interpretation when you see, not just comparison with other population like NHANES, but actually trying to interpret what does it mean if you have X amount of a chemical in your blood or in the urine. So it's that concept.
A kind of benchmark, then not a baseline. I mean, a baseline would be sort of what's the typical population, but this would be more of a benchmark idea, that this would be maybe a level of concern or something that we consider an indicator. Okay.
Yeah, hi, this is George Alexeyev. So I think what we want to do is, you know, we have a large toxicology capacity in OEHHA, and we want to incorporate that along with physiologically based pharmacokinetic modeling and other attributes to look at what levels might be of concern in various biological specimens. There is some work already done by ACGIH and some other organizations. We can look at those, see how they might work for this program. And then, as we heard in one of the first presentations to this group a year or two ago, there's looking at both individual levels that might be of concern and population levels that should be something of concern. So we're going to look at all those types of issues, but it's just, as Sarah mentioned, it's something we're just initiating now.
So your reference levels would be population-based?
Well, I think we wanted to look at, as I think it was the German organization, I can't remember the group, they had both population-based and individual-based. We want to look at that, at their program a little bit more carefully and see how that works.
Dr. Das, did you have something? I thought maybe.
No.
Dr. Wilson.
Yeah, my question is on the same issue. My understanding of the ACGIH is that those are biological exposure indices that correlate with exposure concentrations, but not with health outcomes, which is, I think, somewhat simpler. But I worry a little bit about the interpreting biomonitoring findings and health outcomes at sort of where the state of the science is now, given sort of the uncertainties and problems of cumulative exposure, and et cetera. Yeah.
Well, this is George Alexeyev. That's a good point. We'll be looking at those. But part of it, you're right, is to understand, well, just as a simple example, we've developed a number of reference levels for air exposure.
Right.
And the program we're talking about has developed information on how air exposure translate into urine levels. So those are the kinds of things we want to look at.
Right.
See if we could make the connection of urine levels with the air reference levels, for example.
Mm-hmm. That seems to make sense to me. I guess where I worry is if it takes the next step to risk or not risk, or if there's an actual effort to conduct a risk assessment based on a biomonitoring finding. So is it that? Are you thinking of that or the former? Yeah.
Lauren is just saying that's done, for example, with mercury. You can, it depends on, this is a fledgling effort, I will repeat. We haven't actually started it. It's something we want to do. We're planning to hire staff for. It's something that there actually is work in the literature on, and there's been some review of that work by staff. So, any and all comments of your initial thoughts on it are welcome. You can send them to me.
Just from a risk communication point of view or just returning results, the most common question you get from people is, what does this mean? Right. And, in our experience, we often say that we don't know what it means. This is for research. And we're learning about, what it means. And we're obviously, in an epidemiologic study, we're not looking at cut points. But that is a question that you'll be asked when you return results. And to the extent that there's information out there and a capacity to understand it, I think it's a good idea to try to go, to make that effort. It's fraught with a lot of issues. And it could bring, sometimes the setting of those kinds of benchmarks or concentrations can get politicized or controversial and may even take away from some of the scientific effort of just, producing reliable information about exposure. So, but on a personal basis and scientifically, I think it's worth doing just to address that concern of participants.
Yeah, I agree with what you just said, and it really is for informational purposes. That's the concept of where it all came from. It's our participation in the kinds of expertise that we have. It's something that we actually can contribute to and devote some effort to, and because of the background that OEHHA has, we have a chance of actually moving that forward to some degree as much as possible.
Dr. Quint.
Julia Quint. I think it is essential to do it because it's already being done in the literature by folks who are comparing biomonitoring data to, they're calling it biomonitoring equivalence, and they actually are comparing, data to mainly ACGIH, American Conference of Governmental Industrial Hygienists, levels, the threshold limit values. And Michael is right. The ACGIH has done this for years, and the biological exposure indices are compared with their threshold limit values. So they're air measurements that are then compared to the amount of chemical in the urine or the blood. But, the health the interpretation of that number in terms of whether or not there's a health concern is based on, the air measurement, which is not based on solid toxicology. So basically, it's a false sense of assurance in the workplace that if you have a certain amount of chemical in your urine, that, it isn't a health concern, but the number they're comparing it to is not a legitimate number for most things in terms of the issues we're talking about here, which are, you know, long-term or chronic exposure. So I think, you know, in the absence of, I mean, I don't think we're in the position of doing nothing here. I think we have to look at this as scientifically as possible with all the limitations, because there are already reports in the literature interpreting those data in a way that I don't think, that I think it raises a lot of questions.
Dr. Culver.
Yeah, to further discuss that particular issue, the BEIs, I'm sorry, the BEIs that you referred to, set by ACGIH, are for an occupational population. The population has to be defined before you start looking at numbers. And that's why I'm concerned with our biomonitoring program here, is that we be sure that we identify the population that those numbers relate to. Hopefully most of our numbers will be relatable to the overall California population, broken down by age, sex, and socioeconomic status and things of this sort. But always we need to have that divider, to which any number is associated. End of little lecture.
I guess I'll say one more thing about this. Mike Wilson again. I think it's interesting. It gets into sort of the, you know, how we interpret these numbers, and then what that I think as Asa Bradman pointed out, how did the numbers then get used in terms of public policy and so forth. A couple of things. One, the mercury, I mean, the mercury is probably a good example, that as our understanding of its health effects has changed over time, safe levels have dropped by orders of magnitude over the last, I think it's 30 years or so. And sort of based on that evidence with a number of other, evidence from a number of other substances, the way the European Union is moving in this on substances that are substances of that are very bioaccumulative, very persistent, VPVBs. The Royal Commission on Environmental Pollution, and then subsequently the European Commission took the position that those substances are inherently problematic by the nature of their physical properties, that we're by the nature of their persistence and bioaccumulative properties, we're delivering them into future generations, and so with those substances they chose not to follow a risk assessment paradigm, actually, and decided that those substances should be efforts should be made to steadily and continually remove them from commercial use, and then of course, so that's a select body of substances.
Mike, can I just pipe in here for a second? So actually, that's actually why we are calling them biomonitoring reference levels. Yeah. So it's not, we actually have that exact issue in mind. So we'll be looking at those types of things. But I really need to pipe in here that we can't have this conversation at this meeting right now about reference levels. What we really need in this section is just sort of broad recommendations from the panel about what you'd like to see, and sort of as specific as possible, because it's for the purpose of this item is specific recommendations from the panel to be incorporated into the ledge report. But I do want to say that we definitely plan potentially even a 2-day meeting on reference levels, bringing in people who are doing biomonitoring equivalents now, bringing in other people who've looked at these issues. So this will definitely get a very big airing, and we'll be asking for more detailed input on the issue as well. Yeah. So anyway, you can finish your point, but I just wanted to pipe in with that.
Yeah, thank you. And I guess my point would be that as that work is going forward, that that there may be substances that that warrant a different form of assessment, I guess, if you will.
Thank you. So yeah, I just want to reiterate what Sarah said, that the item that we're discussing here is to have your specific recommendations for what should go into, what we should put into the legislative report going forward. What should the recommendations be for the program? And just to remind you, I have these items here, and you could look at these specific items and agree or change them, or add something that is missing here. And again, just to remind you about the first item here, given the current state of funding and our inability to pursue a statewide sample as was originally envisioned in the legislation, we are planning to continue pursuing other funding opportunities and collaborations with researchers. But your input into that point and the other points, it would be really appreciated.
Well, maybe I could just sort of summarize the discussion that we've had so far. I mean, we've talked a lot about the one of the points that you had, which is about developing the biomonitoring reference levels, and I think what we heard from the panel members, although there was, there were various caveats and things that need to be kept in mind and potential pitfalls, that generally the panel thought this was an important endeavor for you to undertake. So I think, unless there's disagreement from panel members of that would be one of our recommendations. One of the things I wanted to ask about regarding your point number one that you just brought up is whether we as a panel can recommend that the state fully fund the statewide biomonitoring effort, that would be our ideal scenario. Although we're extremely impressed by all the what you've been able to leverage with the collaborations with MEEP and the Kaiser RPGH and getting the CDC funding, that would really be the ideal scenario.
Dr. Luder, Dr. Moreno signed a letter that you could request be put into an attachment in this report, which did exactly that went to the agency secretary. So that could be attached to within the report, or to the report, or as an appendix or something.
Dr. Solomon?
Yeah, I very strongly agree with the points that were just made, and I think that we now do have some more funding in hand for this, for the biomonitoring program from CDC, and so it would be interesting to just think about how, what the additional increment of funding that would be necessary to allow this program to now scale up from really, I think, being in great, really solid shape for doing some small pilot projects to really being able to do what it was, what is in the legislation, which is a statewide representative sample. So, what would the numbers look like? What would it take? And I don't know if that's something that we could ask staff to prepare for us, but I certainly think that we should, as a panel, continue to push for what was in the legislation. So in addition to the small pilot projects that are commendable, that we should be keeping the ultimate goal in mind and doing everything we can to remind the legislature of it.
Dr. Quint?
Julia Quint. I think along with the initial letter that was Dr. Marino signed, I think many months ago now, that we should also have a very strong language from the panel saying how extremely pleased we are with the resourcefulness of the staff in, identifying all these additional funding opportunities and moving forward so, rapidly with some of the suggestions that panel members made about, smaller studies that could be done. I mean, and the interest in this study, the coming forth of Kaiser as a potential collaborator, I think we can't state too strongly how pleased we are with the program thus far, so that it's not interpreted that if we don't have, a statewide sample, that gain nothing from this, because that certainly isn't the message we want to convey. And also, just one other thing, it's been mentioned a couple of times, But I would really like for us to also consider an occupational study either as part of a, more environmental study or as a separate effort, because I think it's really important for California and for a number of reasons that we recognize, the extent to which workers are exposed to a number of chemicals of concern.
Dr. Wilson.
Mike Wilson. I would just add to that there are things that the panel can say that staff wouldn't be able to say, and that would be in terms of our making for the record in that report our unequivocal support for the work that you've been doing, and the way you've been able to expand the resources that we do have in all these other areas is just terrific work, and we want to get behind it and make that clear in the report. I mean, I guess what I'm saying is, in addition to recommendations, we want to do this as well.
Thank you for your comments. I think a letter stating that would be helpful to include with the legislative report, like we'll include Dr. Moreno's letter. If you could provide us with that would be very helpful.
So we're talking about another letter with the endorsement of the efforts that have been made so far that Dr. Quint summarized. So obtaining external funding through the CDC collaborative agreement and the UCSF, UC Berkeley, MEEF collaboration, and the Kaiser RPGEH collaboration. And then would this letter include the recommendation for full funding in addition to having the letter from Dr. Moreno already? Okay, I agree. And then some of the other points that other panel members have brought up that would be included would be to encourage an occupational pilot study among the pilot studies that are already, in addition to the pilot studies that you're already involved in, as well as the panel being supportive of the importance of developing down the reference levels based on some of the findings and bringing in the toxicological expertise of OEHHA. Are there any other points? Dr. Quint.
Julia Quinn. I don't know if this is, how these how the form that this legislative report will take. I think they take many different forms, but I was wondering if it would also be helpful. One of the things that's come out of this in the the way in which the staff have, and with the panel's help, is identified other collaborators. What's quite obvious to me is the added value that the biomonitoring program has brought to other research areas. For instance, the program on reproductive health and the environment, environmental health tracking, all of these things now, the green chemistry initiative, all of these things have sort of overlapping kind of public health benefit. And I think what's happening, since we haven't done the statewide sample, one of the things that has happened is that we're seeing more connections between these, in some cases, academic research initiatives. On the other hand, some of the other statewide initiatives. And because some of us sit on a lot of these different panels, I think we see, the connections between them. So I guess one of the things I was thinking is whether or not we could ask other researchers or other people, our collaborators, to also write in support of just what I said, the benefit of the biomonitoring program, the value added to some of their, research or other efforts, that are going on. I was thinking of Kaiser for one. I was thinking of Tracy because I work with the program on reproductive health and the environment, and I think, the mother-infant payer program is really going to add to our efforts there. So it's something to think about. I mean, you don't want to have too many supporting letters, I guess, but it really has made a big difference for a lot of other efforts, and I think it's really important to point that out.
Do the panel members have other comments, additional items?
I have a question about the process. I mean, who's going to write the letter? Is this, is Bagley-Keene apply? Yeah, okay. It sounds like you're thinking about that too.
Perhaps we could get some legal opinion on that.
Hello? As far as the process itself goes, I'm not too sure. I would think the chair of the panel would write the letter. As far as Bagley-Keene goes, this is a public letter, so it should be okay. You'll be writing in, and I understand it will be a public process, so that should be fine. Any other questions as far as Bagley-Keene goes?
So is it permissible then for, say, a draft to be written and circulated among the panel members? Is that how it would be done, or how?
The problem with that is you do have a Bagley-Keene issue.
Right.
The drafts, if the draft is circulated, the draft would have to become public.
Okay.
I do believe, I'm not so sure about that, but I do know that once you have the final document, as long as it's public, you do have an issue of a meeting when you have a draft going around. If it's a clarification thing, that should be fine. But if you have information that could lead towards a decision of the panel, then that is information that should be discussed in front of the public. But if it's just minor, minor issues that are not decision making, it should be fine.
Dr. Ulrich, I recall with the letter that Dr. Moreno signed, there was a subcommittee. There can be a subcommittee of the panel that's less than a quorum. And I think Dr. Asa Bradman was one of the members. I don't remember if Gina was, but there could be, a select members that could work with the chair to draft the letter, albeit not the whole committee, but
yeah, that's
there
correct.
could be,
as long as
there
it's
could be three, maybe three members, yeah.
We can also just double check with Carol too before you actually form your subcommittee. So we'll verify with her about procedures. Yeah.
Maybe we could know at the meeting today, if we do form a subcommittee, which of the panel members would be willing to be part of the subcommittee. And then if we don't need one, then we don't. If we do need one, then we have our members.
I'd be happy to be.
Dr. Ulrich is on the anybody?
Any other?
I would.
Mike?
Mike Wilson.
Okay, and Dr. Culver, maybe we ought to.
That's fine.
Okay, and then if we can have a fifth, a fourth?
Yeah, I think you can have four.
Four?
Because we have 9 members.
Well, no, you have Dr. Moreno as well.
Correct, yeah.
So if we can have 5,
here
then
plus
we have, we have Asa. Okay, so. Dr. Ulrich, Dr. Wilson, and Dr. Culver. And then with Asa as a pinch hitter if something happens.
Could I just remind you, when you write the letter and you include the recommendations, to just indicate your support for these brief bullets that are summaries of our recommendations also? Yes, thank you.
Also, this is Joan. Just one more point of clarification back to the total funding of the program. The estimate a couple of years ago was $10 million. We have 1.6 that we have from the TSCA fund. Is it 1.9? Then from the CDC we have 2.6. So that kind of gives you a ballpark of
for 5 years.
For 5 years, and it's conditional on
yeah.
on reapproval. As is TSCA. TSCA kind of goes from year to year too.
Right.
So kind of gives you a ballpark of the numbers.
So the $10 million was per year for doing a full
Correct.
statewide.
Correct, for having a at least $10 million, I think, for a fully funded program.
And then another question is, when? What's the time frame for submitting this? Is by the end of the year, but you obviously want the letter sooner.
The report is due to the legislature on January 1st, but we need to send it up through our management November 1st. And just to remind you, the legislative report will be made public within 30 days of submission to the legislature.
one more agenda item, which is Dr. Alexeyev's summary, but we were going to also revisit very briefly the recommendation that we had made regarding developing a biomarker for diesel exhaust.
And Rachel Roisman, OEHHA, we were also going to propose, given that we've just had a discussion where we solicited some recommendations from the panel, that Dr. Alexeyev is willing to forego his final piece, his summary piece, and time is a little bit short. We can just use that time to finish up the diesel discussion and then adjourn the meeting.
Thank you. So could you perhaps read back the text again of what we had recommended and what the proposed revision was to remove the word develop, I believe? I'll do a public
comment. George Alexeyev with OEHHA. So this is the proposal that was adopted. The panel recommends that program staff take steps to identify a biomarker of exposure to diesel exhaust and develop a laboratory method for its identification in biomonitoring studies.
And the proposal is to remove the word develop.
After the discussion, there was some concern about the word develop, and if you take the word develop out, the motion still makes sense to me anyway.
So we need to have a vote as to whether the panel is in agreement with the revised version of the recommendation.
Yeah. Well, I forwarded the motion, so I would amend the emotion. Amend the motion to state that the panel recommends that that program staff take steps to identify a biomarker of exposure to diesel exhaust and a laboratory method for its identification in biomonitoring studies.
Dr. Culver.
Because that's a really challenging effort to conduct, to develop a biomarker for diesel exhaust. I wonder whether an initial feasibility effort would be in order.
Dr. Solomon?
I think we're spending way too much time on this. In my opinion, we've sent a very clear signal to staff that diesel needs to be bumped up on the priority list, that it shouldn't be kind of left by the wayside. I think staff has gotten the signal. I would just move on. Our role is advisory. Whatever the wording of the resolution may be or may have been, staff can pay attention to it or ignore it because we are only advisory. So I'd say let's not spend more time on it. I think that the main point has come across.
Are we required to vote, or is that? Yes?
Well, you voted on the last resolution. Yeah. So the last resolution sort of stands, but with the caveat that there's been a lot of discussion and a lot of rethinking of the proposal. I mean, one thing you could do is you could simply revisit the resolution after you hear back from program staff next time about what the feasibility and the methods and so forth are, because I'm sure that will weigh in on what your recommendations will be. So you could do that.
That sounds reasonable. Okay.
This is George Alexeyev. My comment is it does say take steps. So as we take steps, we can let you know what step we're on.
Fair enough. I'll withdraw the motion.
Okay. All right. And we do have at least one more request for public comment. We have a public comment period on this last session. Do we have any additional ones by email or? No? Okay. So the commenter will be David Spaltz from Commonweal.
Davis Baltz of Commonwealth. I know we're running a little late, so I'll be very brief. First of all, I'd like to say I was enrolled as a Kaiser member at 4 months old. My saliva collection kit is on my desk at home. And if you need to consent me right now for anything else, I'm ready. A lot of great ideas for collaborations. The Kaiser presentation was very interesting. And I think that we've got a lot of ideas already on the table, and others have been suggested for other pilots or community-based studies. I'd like to, again, since my comments didn't get heard over the webcast earlier, reiterate that an occupational exposure study would be very valuable for the state. But these small studies don't take the place of a representative statewide sample. And so to really fulfill the mandate in the legislation, we need to find the funding so that we can do this kind of study, so that we establish baseline for the state and then track trends over time. So I support this idea of the panel sending a letter emphasizing that. And if it's useful to staff, Commonweal would be happy to write a letter too. In terms of some of the next steps that you're planning, the public participation and the outreach to engage additional stakeholders, I think this is something else that we would like to be involved with if it would be useful. I've continued to keep a lot of my colleagues informed about the progress of the program, and I know many of them are interested to get involved at the appropriate time. I think the budgetary constraints have sort of put a lot of things on hold, including the opportunity for other community groups and interested stakeholders to come and get involved. We had an idea for a while a few months ago of maybe having a short pilot of some influential Californians and some community members. It didn't pan out, but we had actually lined up several people who were willing to come forward and actually be biomonitored, so they and their organizations are still interested in this. So I'll still be involved, as you know, and look forward to supporting the program as it continues to develop. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. We have another comment. Yeah.
Dr. Luder, Frank Hammer for OEHHA. It was brought up that if the committee appoints a subcommittee, if it designates a subcommittee, then it becomes an action of the committee, and it does violate Bagley-Keene if they meet. However, what we can do here is that suggestions can be made, and since Dr. Luder has been here the entire time, she's aware of the opinions, she could write the letter. And if you have any suggestions, and you can talk to one or two members of the committee, as long as it's not a designated subcommittee.
Thank you. I think that completes our agenda. I'd like to thank everyone for coming, panel members and staff, members of the public, everyone who's listening on the internet. Dr. Alexeyev?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah, let's
thank
hear
you.
it, George.
I
know.
The highlights. Okay, so Dr. Das provided an overview of the biomonitoring program and activities, introduced new staff, the funding status, an overview of the CDC grant. Panel members recommended that procedures for storage of biosamples be developed, also that they recommended that we develop procedures for archiving samples, and they were very interested in more resources, not only funds, but also students assisting in the project. Dr. Roisman provided an overview of the current priority chemical list, provided estimates of the capacity of the labs to analyze a number of the priority chemicals, and Also, there was some discussion about the value of the dialkyl metabolites, and staff will be coming back to that issue later. There's discussion about cotinine and the value of measuring that, and staff will be discussing that with the panel at a future meeting. There was also interest in looking for an occupational component in future studies. There was a motion on diesel exhaust. Dr. Woodruff discussed the MEEP study, and also Dr. Eden discussed the Kaiser Research Program on Genes and Environmental Health. The panel expressed endorsement of further collaboration with these activities and with other similar activities. So, thank you.
Thank you. And then I would like to close the meeting, and we will meet again on February 9th for the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.